Quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time in pockets, make the party more live. Go live. Welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time in pockets, make the party more live. Go live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time in pockets, make the party more live. Go live. Go live. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Can y'all hear me in the headphones? Double tap, hit the like button. Let me know how we looking, how we sounding, how's the audio. What's up with you, everybody? Good to see everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Time Podcast is live. Welcome. I know you've been saying to yourself, I need to catch this guy. I need to catch the brown eye, the brown guy with the tight eyes, and I want to see him live from the beginning of the podcast. Here I am. Welcome. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. It is so important. Welcome to the podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, man. I'm trying to find my vibe for the day. What's the vibe for the day, man? We got to find a vibe. For the day. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We looking for a vibe, man. We looking for a vibe today, man. How y'all? Man, this is a live update. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo. We in the sea right now. We in the sea. Double tap, man. Y'all made it, man. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines, man. Y'all been waiting for the Perfect Time Podcast to go live. Today is Terrific Tuesday. Double tap, hit the like button. We coming in hot off the presses with an Iran update. The Clintons testify meltdown. You see that fire thumbnail that we got, and we got Fulton County election fraud. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome everybody to the Perfect Time Podcast. Back in with a blast, coming in real fast, in and out with a dash. Do we like the blue or do we like the green and the different paint? Mix it up. Or do we like the blue? Do we not? I don't know if we could do the blue on blue. I don't know if we could do the blue on blue, though. Maybe we go back to the orange. Yeah, I like that. That's like a superhero vibe. That how y'all like? I like that right there. The blue and the yellow. I like that right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect number 5. We did it again, man. We did it again. Double tap with the like button, man. Number 1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. We coming in. How y'all feel about yesterday's podcast? How we laid the foundation for the Sunni versus the Shia and understanding what the Shia is versus the Sunni. And now, do you understand a little bit better about why we're in Iran and what's going on with the Iran conflict? Hello, bro. What's up with your Kyle Timms? Double tap, hit the like button, man. Welcome in, man. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like button. Let's get our gifts. Let's get the gifts going right now. Super chat going right now. How's everybody doing? So we starting off the podcast with the Iran update. I want to know how y'all feel about yesterday's pod. I feel real good about the work we did yesterday. We really did some good work about laying the foundation about why we in Iran. Can anybody right now in the chat define me what is a Sunni and what is a Shia? Who was in control of Iran? Who was the Ayatollah Khomeini? What fraction of Islam was the Ayatollah Khomeini? Can anybody tell me that in the chat right now? Let's lay a foundation for an intellectual, intelligent conversation. A lot of people will talk about this stuff, but they don't really have a foundation. Let's lay some foundation for our audience. So make sure over here at the Perfect Time Podcast, we really know what we're doing. We're really getting into it from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So let everybody know right now as you come in, let's get this goal going. Let's get these goals going. Start the goal. How's everybody doing today? Double tap hit the like button, man. Any definitions in the chat? Well, that's not the definition of Sunni or Shia. You know what I'm saying? Double tap hit the like button. Do we need to do a little background? Do we need to go a little back, way back in the time? Do we need to go back way back in the time so we can have this conversation from an intellectual, intelligent basis, how Iran became an Islamic Republic, the 1979 revolution, what really happened. The 1979 revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a complex uprising that overthrew the Shah. Now, yesterday when we were in the chat giving this foundation, it was a W chat, man, W chat. It was a lot of intelligent people in my chat, and they were talking about the Shah. And the Shah gave way to the sentiments that allow for the Ayatollah Khomeini, the caliphate to come to power. I totally agree with that. We went all the way back to 600 AD at the death of Muhammad. Muhammad not naming the successor, and the two fractions being created then. You had the Shia and the Sunni fractions being created then. And then I even went into how you had Russia and Iran first. And then you had the CIA. We bounced around the CIA and the UK. And despite, oh man, we had a good time yesterday. I got some good news about NATO and Spain. We had the CIA and the UK involved after Russia. Then the CIA and the UK starts playing in the Iranian backyard, right? And that was in the 1950s. That is when they installed the corrupt Shah, right? This what I'm saying to you about the Shah. My audience called it out. Yeah. You can talk about the Shah, but you got to talk about the fact that the CIA and the UK are the ones who installed the Shah, right? Double tap, hit the like button. That's what you got to be honest about. So I'm going to be honest about that. So let's get into it. This was a complex uprising that overthrew the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pavlov's monarchy. It wasn't solely an Islamic movement at first. It involved a broad coalition of groups, including secular leftists, nationalists, intellectuals, students and bazaar merchants, and religious conservatives. Right back at their ass again. Double tap. So it ain't gonna let me do that. Okay, double tap. Y'all let me know. Grievances stem from decades of repression, including the Shah's secret police, Savak, torturing descendants, rapid westernization, and the alienated traditionalists, and economic policies favoring elites amid oil wealth disparities. So that's what gave way to the Ayatollah Khomeini. Ayatollah Khomeini just didn't come out of nowhere, right? The Ayatollah Khomeini just didn't come out of nowhere, right? So that's one thing. And if you want to be honest, you got to go back to the CIA in the UK and colonizers. You know what I'm saying? Some people like to say that, colonizers. So let me know right now. Key triggers: economic and social discontent. The 1970s oil boom led to inflation, urbanization, and inequality. Rural migrants to cities faced poverty, while the Shah's white revolution, 1963 reforms like land redistribution and women's rights was seen by some as top-down modernization that disrupted traditional life. So this is what gave way to Ayatollah Khomeini in his version of Islam. So from 1905 to 1911, you have the Constitutional Revolution, Iranians protest, corruption, establishing the Constitutional Parliament. 1921, 1925, Reza Khan stages a coup, disposes the Qajar dynasty, crowns himself Raza Shah. 1941, Anglo-Soviet invasion during World War II forces the Shah to abdicate. 1951 to 53, Prime Minister Mogadishu nationalizes oil industry. CIA and MI6 orchestrate coup. Operation Ajax, this is what I'm talking about, 1951, 1953, reinstalling the Shah and sparking long-term anti-Western resentment. So when we talk about why we're here and what's going on, so we got to understand how we even got to Ayatollah Khomeini, right? This is how we got to Ayatollah Khomeini. We get to Ayatollah Khomeini by CIA in the UK installing a corrupt Shah. Then the Ayatollah Khomeini came about with this form of Islam and said, the Russians were here first. They did not treat us fairly. They did not treat our resources fairly. Then the Americans came with the UK and the British. And then again, they did not treat us fairly, right? So Ayatollah Khomeini in the Shia version of Muslim Islam was able to take over. 1963 White Revolution. 1970s oil boom, 1978, 1979, revolution erupts, mass protest strikes, Shah flees. In January 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini returns. February 1979, the Islamic Republic, the IRC, establishes via referendum. So what I've said here is this is what led way to this political change. This is what, when we talk about America first, when we talk about America first, I want a lot of people to understand what truly was the conflict in Iran and why a lot of people say we want to focus on America first, because this, when you break it down, it's not even religious. It's more of a political power struggle that affected the people in the local area. Now, what made this so complicated, right? The difference between Shia and the Shia beliefs and the Sunni beliefs when it came to Islam. What made this so complicated and muddy is the fact that Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia Muslims was able to use hatred of white nations, right, to take back power. So when you hear people talk about the edict of the Shia Ayatollah Khomeini was they wanted to end America and Israel, it wasn't just America and Israel. They were anti all non-Muslim nation, right? Because of what Russia, Europe, and the UK had done in Iran in previous years. That's why I'm laying down this foundation. So how the Ayatollah Khomeini, so this is true. When people say to you, river to the sea, and people say to you that the foundation of the Shia principles and the Shia ideology and the politics there was that they were anti-American and they wanted the death of the infidels. This is not a lie. This is not fake. This is how they came to power. It's like the sentiment now that the Democrats are using against Trump. The Democrats don't have a lot of policy. So the Democrats are using this hate, this hate because you are upset to get you to vote Democrat. The Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia Muslims did the same thing. They were faced under a corrupt Shah. They had inflation, just like Biden. Y'all remember hyperinflation, right? And they were facing a very difficult life under the corrupt Shah that was installed by the Europeans and the Americans. And the Europeans and the Americans and the corrupt Shah was taking all the money while Iranians dealt with inflation. So there was a resentment amongst the Iranian people that the Shia and Ayatollah Khomeini was able to capitalize on. And they said, you know why you upset? Just like the Democrats are doing today. You know why you upset? You know why you broke? It's Donald Trump. So the Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia Muslims said to the Iran people, you know why you upset? It's because the white man is taking all the money and the oil. You know why you upset? It's because the Russians came and the Europeans came and the American came. They all white. But if you believe me, you got to believe in something. Why not believe in me? Double tap hit the like button. Y'all following the story? Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. I know a lot of you are at work. A lot of you work very hard every day. You don't have time to understand these details, right? But I'm linking it. This is a conservative Republican channel, so I know a lot of you don't like that I'm using the Democrats and how they're using. I said what they did in Minnesota and LA. These are not protests. These are rallies. If you look at the Minnesota quote-unquote No Kings protests, they're recruiting. They have flyers. They have little purple-haired protesters walking around with clipboards recruiting people for the communists and for the socialist left. Now, when we watched it together as a group, it sounded kind of far-fetched, right? But then we get Zohrani Mamdani elected in New York as a proud socialist. Then we get CNN and NBC finally being honest that the left, the Democrats, have been taken over by the Socialist Party, right? So we're seeing the same things in modern day America that the Iranians went through, right? So let me get back to the story of how Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and how it is we get to where we are today. Ayatollah Khomeini used the anger, used the resentment of the Iranian people after being through a corrupt leadership. The corrupt Shah had caused hyperinflation, but allowed rich white nations to use Iranian oil to enrich themselves while the Iranian people's lives remain stagnant and poor. Ayatollah Khomeini and Shia Muslims said to them, you know why you're upset, you know why you're poor, is because these white men have taken over our country. If you adopt my form of Islam, if you elect me back to supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, I will get rid of the infidel. I will get rid of the white man. I will get rid of the Russian. I will get rid of the American. I will get rid of the British. And then they went forward. And they went forward and they believed that the Ayatollah Khomeini would be the guy who would free them from the oppression. They believe Ayatollah Khomeini would be the guy that would free them from the oppression. Just like New Yorkers believe Zohrani Mamdani could give them free buses, free healthcare, free low rent, all of this free shit, and nobody ever asked how Mamdani was going to pay for it. So the Iranian people bought into the Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia, and then they took over, and then they instituted this harsh theocracy. They instituted this harsh theocracy where women had to wear burqas. Women couldn't go to school. So you ask yourself, so wait a minute, if you're Islamic purist and the reason you want power is because you believe in this pure Islam, why as soon as they got power, they started putting women in the back seat? Why did they have to issue and start these edicts in this strict theocracy? I tell you, I argue it was because to maintain power. If you look at men around the world and how men obtain power and how the caliphate, Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, then you understand why immediately they put women in shackles. Immediately they said women couldn't do this and women couldn't do that. And we are a theocracy and all these strict rules. Why? To maintain power and influence. And that's why my brother Scott says over 47 years, we've been in a conflict. Over 47 years, we've been in a conflict with these people. That's what my brother said. And I have to agree. I have to agree. For over 47 years, and when you say 47 years, you're saying that ever since 1979, when the revolution uprising and when the caliphate took power, ever since then, they've been shouting out, death to America, death to the infidels. We've been dealing with terrorism in all of the Shia Muslim states, Iran, Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon, and Syria. And if you notice, everywhere we've had conflict and where they attack us and where we've had issues, they are Syria Muslim nations. And no one ever talks about the fact, why do we have conflict with these specific nations? And no one ever tells you, well, the reason we have conflict with these specific nations is because they are Shia Muslim and they believe that we do not have a right to live. And it's not just Israel. See, they get you to hate Israel because Israel is the only one taking the threats of the Shia Muslim and the Shia Muslim nations seriously because they live so closely. Israel is forced to take them seriously and at their word. Americans are just ignoring the fact that these Shia Muslim countries and nations want you dead, right? Like, Americans are so casual and so have so many luxuries. Israel doesn't have that luxury. Israel doesn't have there because these Shia Muslim nations who want them dead are at their back door. So Israel has to take them at their word, especially when Israel understands how the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and what they were cheering in the streets in 1979 and what they cheer in the streets every year for 47 years since 1979. How do they celebrate? How do they celebrate? Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. I just got to give you this realness. I got to give you this realness. 1979, the revolution erupts. That's when the Shah flees. In 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini returns to power. You know what else about geopolitics that I love is how you can connect the dots. Yesterday, I told my audience what else occurred in 1979. So I told you that Russia, right? Russia, 1941 Anglo-Soviet invasion during World War II. So from the 1940s, the Russians had control of Iran until the Europeans and the CIA took control of Iran with a dirty Shah. And then 1979, the Ayatollah Khomeini takes it back. But what else happens in 1979? Russia invades Afghanistan. So in February 1979, the Islamic Republic establishes their theocracy. In December of 1979, Russia invades Afghanistan. This is all relevant to everybody talking about the Straits of Hormuz and the oil being shut down going into China. You understand? Why would Russia in December of 1979 invade Afghanistan? Russia was in Afghanistan for 20 years, and then we went to Afghanistan. Joe Biden left Afghanistan like a dumbling, fumbling fool, right in front of the whole globe. That's why Joe Biden could not run for president, because Trump demolished him in that debate, and he could not run from the dismal performance of leaving Afghanistan war. That was a war. It wasn't a civil action. Iraq and Afghanistan was a war. After Russia left Afghanistan for 20 years and accomplished nothing. Just to give you a history of geopolitics in the region. Just to give you, let's get back into this timeline. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. #1 podcast on YouTube. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody in the chat. #1 podcast on YouTube. Watch your mouth, man. Watch your mouth. Double tap. Let's keep going with this highlights. 1979, 1981, U.S. Embassy hostage crisis. Militant seize embassy, hold 52 Americans for 444 days, solidifies anti-U.S. stance. This is what's been talked about when people ask, what justification do we have for going into Iran? And people forget about how Iran has continuously sent terrorists and bombs and actually carry out their beliefs that we deserve not to be on this earth. Over and over, and people just ignore it. People have ignored it. I'm not going to let you ignore it today. So that is one of the reasons why we're there. Because they continually act out on these religious beliefs. And now, yesterday I said this. There is an argument to be made. If you listen to what I am telling you, there is an argument to be made because there was legitimate angst and resentment in Iran in 1979 when the Ayatollah came to power. And it's legitimate anger toward these nations who had basically pimped out Iran for centuries. I'm saying 1500, 19. So I am letting you know that the Iranian people, when they elected Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, and they agreed with the Shia ideology, death to all of the infidels that were pimping us out all this time, I do understand that there was a basis for that anger. There is a real basis for the anger that they have felt for the last 47 years. When those people took those hostages, they took the American embassy and they held them for over a year. That lets you know that what it said is that confirmed that anti-American sentiment that they no longer talk about. Everything is Israel, because I think the Democrats want to confuse you on geopolitics. They want you to forget about how Iran and Shia Muslim nations feel about you. Forget about 9/11. Forget about all the terrorist things that happened to America. They want you to focus on Israel and Israel being bad. but not on the fact that these Shia Muslim nations, up until recently, have directed all of their hate and violence toward America. It's only in vogue now. It's only in vogue now to bring up the fact how these Shia Muslim nations go after Israel. But up until now, like the report I just read, they have been attacking Americans. And you could go back to all type of different terrorist things that happened throughout the 80s and the 90s that led to this climate that we have. So just starting is this incident that happened. Let me break it down to you one more time. 1979, 1981. That's how long they kept Americans hostage. Their U.S. embassy, hostage crisis, militant seized embassy, hold 52 Americans for 440 days, over a year. Solidifies anti-U.S. stance. Just in case you didn't know how much Iran didn't give a fuck about you and what that stance is based in. It's based in Shia ideology, and that's who the Ayatollah Khomeini was, a Shia Muslim supreme leader. When you hear the term supreme leader, when you hear about them trying to meet up, did you guys hear about them trying to meet up and have a secret meeting to elect a brand new supreme leader? When you hear supreme leader, you should ask yourself, leader of what? Supreme leader of what? He's the supreme leader of the Shia Muslim, Shiite caliphate. Right? And the ideology of these individuals is death to Americans in Israel. And an example of that is how they took the hostages for 444 days. Do y'all know that? 1980 to 1988, Iran-Iraq war. So here it calls it Iran-Iraq war. Did you guys know that we were in an Iran-Iraq war? You know about the Iraq. So isn't it funny how when we learn history, when we are living through these times on CNN and television, we watch and we believe what they say. But on paper in the Congress, it wasn't what they called it, the special operation. It's actually an Iran-Iraq war. Ding, ding, doc, doc, ticky-tock. Hit the like button, #1 podcast on YouTube. Hit the like button, #1. I got to give you this foundation. People think, what are we doing? They don't know we have already been in war with these individuals. These individuals have been at war with us. So when you hear Republican pundits say this has been a 47-year conflict, when you hear Republican pundits say this has been a 47-year conflict, I'm laying a foundation right now. Double tap at the like button. I'm laying a foundation right now. 1980 to 1988, Iran-Iraq war. Saddam Hussein invades, brutal conflicts, kills 1 million Iran, uses human waves, war, economic strains nation, ends in stalemate. So Iran went against Iraq. Saddam invades Iran, and it's always been about, you guessed it, the oil. 1989, Ayatollah Khomeini dies. Ali Khamenei becomes supreme leader. Hashmi Rafsanjani elected president, focuses on reconstruction. 1997 to 2005, reformist Mohammed Khatami president attempts liberation, but hardliners block changes. 2005 to 2013, Mohammed Ahmadinejad populist nuclear defiance leads to sanctions. 2009 Green Movement protest election fraud. Did you guys hear about the fact that they have said out loud that they have like 60 tons of enriched uranium, enough for 11 nuclear missiles? They've been lying the whole time. 2013 to 2021, Hassan negotiates the JCPOA nuclear deal. In 2015, U.S. withdraws. 2018, reimposing sanctions. Now, remember what we learned yesterday, that Obama and Biden paid them off to get rid of their nuclear program, and we're learning that they took the money and basically reinvested it into their nuclear program. They lied to Obama and Biden, took the American money, and then reinvested into their nuclear program. And it kind of makes sense if the Democrats, just like in Somalia and Minnesota, if they gonna give away $19 billion, if you was giving away money to Iranians gonna take it. And there was no checks and balances on the money to make sure that they got rid of the nuclear program. So Biden and Obama just gave away money. 21 to 24, Ibrahim hardliner dies in 2024 helicopter crash. Economic woes worsen amid sanctions. In 2024, Mossad Pezeshkian elected president on reform promises, but power remains with the supreme leader, the caliphate. 2025 June, Israel strikes Iranian nuclear sites, sparking 12-day war. This is last year. Protests erupts in December over economic collapse. So that's when America dropped the 2 largest bombs on their nuclear facilities. These are the largest bombs under nuclear bombs, the largest bombs that's been dropped since World War II. That was in the 12-day war in 2025. The locals, the people who were anti the Shia Ayatollah Khomeini regime took advantage of Israel and America's bombing to start protests. Those protests led up until while we're here, 2026, as of March 1st, protests suppressed in January that started in 2025 after the 12-day war. Israel strikes February 28, hit military nuclear sites, killing Khomeini and top officials. Economic crisis deepens. Foundation. This is what you call foundational podcasting. This is what you call foundational podcasting. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go to my brother, Scott Jennings, my brother from another mother, giving it up, sharing some more information, just supporting my arguments. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get them likes up. Let's get the algorithm. Let's get that algorithm going, everybody. Let's get that algorithm going, everybody. Double
Iran.
tap.
So my question is,
the number one
if bombs
podcast
dropping
on
a year ago didn't change it, what is,
for
hold on, if bombs
and
dropping
domestic debate
on the nuclear program and destroying them last year didn't help move forward those objectives of deterring the regime, why do we think that suddenly this is going to do the same thing?
Because the people who weren't deterred are now dead. That's number one.
But this is Iran. Those people are dead, but there are other people. They've got plenty of people.
I agree with you on that.
Plenty of Ayatollahs.
There's no indication.
7 layers deep on.
We are 72 hours into this.
You're making a good case for this.
There's no indication, as we sit here tonight, that there have been any political changes in Iran. So my question is, if bombs dropping a year ago didn't change it, what is the rationale for thinking that bombs dropping today are going to change the actual political dynamics on the ground in Iran?
Well, look, you're asking a broad question about justification and what we intend to do with these guys over the long term. The justification is, A, we had a huge problem with the ballistic missiles, and we did believe that if Israel, according to the Secretary of State, attacked, and they intended to attack, that our bases were going to be targeted. They were not willing to absorb that attack, so we attacked. That is what the Secretary of State has said. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but that is the justification. That's number one. Number two,
you think that makes sense? You think?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that the Iranians are not shy about firing ballistic missiles across the region. I was in Israel last summer and watched many of them in the sky.
Where do you stand, Scott? Are you for this invasion or not? You seem to be dancing around the question.
No,
you think this was a good idea?
No, I'm quite for it.
And
I think these butchers deserve to die, not just because of the missiles, not just because of the nuclear program, but for 47 years.
What do you say? Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Double tap, hit the like button. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
We had a huge problem with the ballistic missiles, and we did believe that if Israel, according to the Secretary of State, attacked, and they intended to attack, that our bases were going to be targeted. They were not willing to absorb that attack, so we attacked. That is what the Secretary of State has said. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but that is the justification. That's number one. Number two,
you think that makes sense? You think?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that the Iranians are not shy about firing ballistic missiles across the
And-
region.
and
I was
Do
in
you think
Israel
that's a
last
good reason
summer
to
and
go to
watched
war?
many of them in the
But where
sky
do you
above my
stand,
head.
Scott? Are you for this invasion or not? You seem to be dancing around the question.
No,
Do you think this was a good idea?
No, I'm quite for it.
And you think that was
I
a-
think
I'm
these
very loud about that.
I think these butchers.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think this invasion was a good idea. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this, if you stand with Trump, if you stand with Perfect Timing Podcast, if you stand with Scott Jennings, if you stand with America First. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this invasion was a good idea. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Let me know right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this invasion was a good idea. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, 2026 in the dash. Double tap hit the like
Agree
button.
with it, but that is the justification. That's number one. Number two, it
You
has
think
been,
that makes sense? You think
well, I think it's
Your-
I think it's pretty
your opinion.
I think it's pretty obvious that the Iranians are not shy about firing ballistic missiles across the region. I was
Do
in
you think
Israel
that's a
last
good reason
summer
to
and
go to
watched
war?
many of them in the
But where
sky
do you
above
stand,
my head.
Scott? Are you for this invasion or not? You seem to be dancing around the question.
No,
Do you
I'm-
think this was a good idea?
No, I'm quite for it.
And you think that was a-
I think
I'm very
these
loud about that.
I think these butchers deserve to die, not just because of the missiles, not just because of the nuclear program, but for 47 years, Josh, they have waged war against Western civilization, against the United States. Their mantra is death to America. They have killed American soldiers, American personnel. They have maimed people, our people. And so if you want to go back decades or you want to go back 2 weeks, there's plenty of reasons to believe that those people that we killed being gone is good for U.S. national security. That's my view.
One more time for the peanut gallery. One more time for the peanut gallery. There's a plenty of reasons. For 47 years, they have said they want us dead. There is plenty of reason, despite even starting with the 444 days, they have 52 Americans captive. There are plenty of reasons for everybody. That's why I'm playing this video. Double tap hit the like button. That's why I'm playing this video, because there are plenty of reasons. There are plenty of reasons. Besides America first, America first, America first. There are plenty of reasons why those people, and we are happy that those people are no longer with us, and they wanted us no longer to be here. Double tap and hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this invasion. Do you agree? Let's go.
Were going to be targeted. They were not willing to absorb that attack, so we attacked. That is what the Secretary of State has said. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but that is the justification. That's number one. Number two,
You think that makes sense? You think
Well, I think it's
Your-
I think it's pretty
opinion.
I think it's pretty obvious that the Iranians are not shy about firing ballistic missiles across the region. I was
Do
in
you think
Israel
that's a
last
good
summer
reason to
and
go to
watched
war?
many of them in the
But where
sky
do you
above my
stand,
head.
Scott? Are you for this invasion or not? You seem to be dancing around the question.
No,
Do you
I'm-
think this was a good idea?
No, I'm quite for it.
And you think that was a-
I think
I'm
these
very loud about that.
I think these butchers deserve to die, not just because of the missiles, not just because of the nuclear program, but for 47 years, Josh, they have waged war against Western civilization, against the United States. Their mantra is death to America. They have killed American soldiers, American personnel. They have maimed people, our people. And so if you want to go back decades or you want to go back 2 weeks, there's plenty of reasons to believe that those people that we killed being gone is good for U.S. national security. That's my view. I'm mourned, by the way,
What-
and we should
and-
say
and-
the
and-
loss
and-
of the
and-
U.S. servicemen
what
who
if
I think died in
and if President
in a
Trump
noble
makes a
cause.
deal with the next guy down in the IRGC and says, okay, just like Venezuela, we'll have the Chavistas without Maduro, we'll have the IRGC without the Ayatollah. Are you going to then switch and be like, oh, that's great, we're just going to do a deal with the Ayatollah, with the
President-
Ayatollah
well, let me
successor,
answer, Josh.
and then the next Ayatollah and the next IRGC,
The
and then
president's-
you're just going to switch and be like, okay, we're fine with the regime because Trump said it's
The
fine.
president said his objectives are, and I think these are worthy. They're not going to have the missiles. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. If whoever becomes the next leadership in Iran says, okay, we're tired of being punished for missiles and nuclear weapons, that would be a good outcome that I think we would all be happy
Well,
about.
there's
Wouldn't that be a good outcome? It's like the Democrats. You would rather want instability in the region and instability in the globe just so you can say you're right. It's very confusing to me. They would rather have instability in the region and instability in the globe than actually having peace, just so they can say that they're right. It reminds me a lot of the Ayatollah Khomeini. It reminds me a lot of Shia ideology, right? Theocracy. I've said many a times, I believe what the Democrats are doing is creating a theocracy. And it's sad that a lot of the people, the purple hair protesters, a lot of high school students are being used and don't really understand. If you don't understand why it's such an important to have a two-party system, take a look at Iran. A lot of times I go into the two-party system, right? I go into why America is the greatest country in the world while millions of people came here. It's because we are not a theocracy. And a lot of people don't understand what a theocracy is, but look at the Ayatollah Khomeini, look at the Shia, look at the difference between the Shia and the Sunni, look at this regime in Iran that said women can't drive, women can't read, women can't be educated, women have to wear burqas. Like this strict theocracy that it reminds me a lot of cancel culture and the Democrats and this ideology that if you're not Shia Muslim, if you don't follow these edicts, then we will cut your head off and destroy you, right? And kill you. Death to people who don't believe in this version of belief and ideology. The Democrats, that's the cancel culture. If you don't believe in transgender politics and transgender gay rights, then it's death to you, cancel you, off with your head, right? You can't host the Oscars. What? You have to apologize, get on your knees and apologize to the Democratic Caliphate. If you want to host the Oscars, you have to bow down to the transgender LGBTQ community. Tim Waltz with tampons in the boys' bathroom, Title IX, right? These secret conversations in California. But let's take a sidebar. Y'all want to take a sidebar? Let's take a sidebar. Since we're talking about the differences between a theocracy, right, and why America is the greatest country in the world, it's because we have these freedoms that the Democrats don't want you to have. The Democrats said that you can have a secret conversation with a child in school after you pay taxes, not a private school, a public school that you pay taxes for. Democrats in California said you can have a secret conversation, right? And that conversation can lead to your son becoming transgender, mutilating himself physically, but then not ever telling you. When you finally find out, they could prosecute you for not calling your son a woman and take away custody from you. Does anybody remember this? Despite sentiments that there are only like 3 or 8% transgender people, ain't that many gay people, but this is what the Democrats was pushing down our throat. Doesn't this sound similar to the Ayatollah Khomeini and Shia Muslim theocracy that says women have to wear burqas, women can't do this, women can only do this, and these strict things are the only way to think and the only way to believe. If you do not believe them, then it's off with your head. And Americans was like, wait a minute, I don't want a transgender on my Bud Light can. I don't want the school that I pay for having secret conversations with my son, right? This is a free country and it's a tax-paid public school, right? And what did the Democrats say? The Democrats said, fuck you. This is a theocracy. And if you don't like it, we will put you in jail and off with your fucking head. That's not a democracy. That's not a two-party system. That is what they had in Iran. And it was a lot of fathers. This is what pushed a lot of people into MAGA conservatism and Republicans. There was a lot of fathers who said, look, I'm not homophobic, but you in America, you can't force this down my throat, and you can't have secret conversations with my child in a public school. And the Democrats said, well, we're changing all of that. The Democrats changed the platform. Y'all didn't know why Hillary Clinton lost. Because the same socialist fraction that have taken over the Democratic Party that said you could have secret conversations with children at school about transgender and sexual changes, they said we want to change the Democratic platform and take his and hers out of the Democratic platform. You were asleep at the wheel. You think it's the same Democratic Party. It's not the same Democratic Party. You've been taken over by a socialist left wing. You don't even know that when we're in Minnesota, after Renee Good passed away, after Alex Pretty passed away, then you see these purple-haired protesters showing up with clipboards trying to recruit people into this socialist left wing that is taking over the party that right now the government is still shut down. Right now, the government is still shut down. You know the government is shut down right now? Why is the government shut down right now? Because this socialist left wing has taken over the Democratic Party. And Chuck Schumer is terrified. Chuck Schumer is terrified of the socialist left wing, the AOCs of the Democrats. So now they shut down the ICE TSA after not being paid 43 days in 2025, the longest shutdown ever in history. No one's talking about it. Now we're in Iran. But it's unfortunate that, flights got shut down in Mexico, but we already had issues with flights because we have a shutdown with the TSA and the DHS. Did you guys know that? Because Chuck Schumer has been taken over by the socialist left, and he's scared of being primary by AOC. But I want to go to California. I want to go to California just to give more foundation of this socialist left wing and how they are failing under Trump and how we got what we paid for, how we got what we voted for. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's celebrate, MAGA. Huh? Let's celebrate, MAGA. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's celebrate, MAGA. Huh? Double tap, hit the like button. Let's celebrate, MAGA. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's celebrate. Double tap, hit the like button. Look at my thumbnail. I got that fire thumbnail, man. I got that fire thumbnail, man. I got that fire thumbnail. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. We get them likes up, man. We got to get that algorithm going, huh? We got to get that algorithm going, man. Let's go. Now, let me read to you in California, huh? Let me read to you in California, right? Let me read to you in California, huh? I gotta, y'all know I do my homework, man. Y'all know I do my homework, man. This ain't no joke what's going on, man. If you guys could understand Shia, Sunni, Iran, America, then you can understand this topic right here. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get into it. Supreme Court backs parents and California gender policy. It's a shame you might not know about this. It's a shame you might not know about this, but if you live in California like I do, if you're a father, y'all know about black fathers. The CDC did a report on black fathers being the #1 dads, despite how black women talk about us. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Turn it up for me in the chat, man. Turn it up for me in the chat, man. So you know me being a black father, that's why I educated you guys on the MMR. Everybody remember the education I gave you on the MMR, huh? Everybody remember the education I gave you on the MMR, huh? I gave you education that Trump and Oz made changes to the MMR. I said, how could Trump be racist? How could Trump be racist if he made changes to the MMR and the vaccine schedule and all of the research concerning the MMR disproportionately affected black boys around the age of 3 or 4? Based on reports from late 2025 and early 2026, Donald Trump has advocated for significant changes to the administration of the measles, mumps, and rubella MMR vaccine, specifically pushing to break the combined shot into 3 separate individual doses. Double tap, hit the like button. How many people knew that? How many people are doing their homework that Trump is the greatest president, that my president is not racist? My president is not racist. My president is the greatest president. Double tap, hit the like button. Who got the greatest president in the world? MAGA got the greatest president in the world. How is he racist if he addressed the MMR? I mean, you know what else I love about Trump, Dr. Oz, and Maha? Because of Trump, Dr. Oz, and Maha, we can have a conversation about vaccines when we couldn't before. YouTube wouldn't allow us to talk about the vaccine schedule, wouldn't allow us to talk about the MMR. No one would allow us, fathers and mothers. You know, what was her name? Jenny McCarthy. What's the young lady who brought up the MMR years ago with the autistic child? And we weren't allowed. But after Jenny McCarthy did her research, I followed her for years. And as I had children, I followed her research. And wouldn't you know, when you read the CDC reports, what I found is that the MMR was connected to black boys. And what did I have? Black boys. Ain't that something? Huh? Ain't that something? I have black boys. And so how proud was I? How proud was I? So I knew about the dangers. I knew about the research, huh? I knew about the research. I knew about the research of the MMR, right? I knew about the research of the MMR. I knew about the research, but what was so surprising to me, what I was so happy about, is that Trump gets all this flack for being racist, and then Trump addresses the MMR. It was just such a beautiful thing. It was like, okay, how's he racist? The MMR research, if you know how to read a study, it specifically spoke to Black boys. Let me read this report again. Let me read this again. Shout out to Gemini, Google, and AI. Based on reports from late 2025 and early 2026, President Donald Trump has advocated for significant changes to the administration of measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR vaccine, specifically pushing to break the combined shot into 3 separate individual doses. Separation of shot. Trump has repeatedly called for the breaking up of combined MMR vaccine, arguing that when you mix them, there could be a problem and that could be administered separately over a long period. No downside. And I agree. And this is such a magical moment for American history. This is such a magical moment for American history that Donald Trump would be the one. Not, I mean, all this black and white stuff, it makes me think about Michael Jackson. It don't matter if you're black or white. It don't matter if you're black or white. So, I just wanted to let's see what we got. Let's see, because this is a great subject, and then we're gonna go to Iran. But I think all these things are relevant. But let's see what we got on this MMR and this vaccine schedule, and then we're gonna see what we got on California.
Some concerns about the number of vaccines given to children at a young age, suggesting they might get too many.
Paul Spade looks into the medical recommendations for PolitiFact.
Just how many vaccines do kids typically get when they're young? Well, President Donald Trump has been saying the number is as high as 80. Here's what he told reporters on Air Force One and then during a press conference at the White House.
For a little baby to be injected with that much fluid, even beyond the actual ingredients, they have sometimes 80 different vaccines in them. It's crazy. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in.
Is he right about that? No, the number of recommended vaccines is not that high. You heard the president mention little babies. Well, here's what this
double tap, hit the like button, double tap, hit the like button. So that's just one, and it's hard to get the actual clip on the shit because they don't want us to have double tap, hit the like button. Now look at that. Now look at that. Here I am, y'all. Here I am. They don't love me. They don't love me. I love you guys, though. I love you guys. Double tap at the like button. Let me see what I can find for us on this. It's hard to find shit because everybody will say something just to kill people. Let me see. I don't know. This might be some propaganda. It's hard to see it's hard to see let's see what we got here. Let me see if it's something that's we can fuck. If not, we just
a huge influence on American public health. They're part of a group called ACIP, which stands for the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. They advise the CDC on which vaccines Americans should use. And both the CDC and ACIP fall under the Department of Health and Human Services, which is helmed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who himself says we need to stop trusting experts.
Trusting the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy. It's a feature of religion, and it's a feature of totalitarianism.
These 12 members were appointed this year after Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fired every single one of the previous sitting members, something that's never been done before. And experts say this move could have enormous public health consequences when things are already getting bad.
This is the worst year for measles in the United States since more than 30 years.
And it all comes down to a vaccine with these 3 letters, and why, despite the president's calls to split it up,
The 3 should be taken separately. Separately. Let it be separate, taken separately. Just break it up.
doctors say it should stay together.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Bring you that fire information, man. #1 podcast on YouTube, man. Get it in there, man. Get it in there, man. Double tap, hit the like button. What y'all think, man? Just giving you some information you may not have known, that Trump is working to split up the MMR. That Trump is working to split up the MMR and how that would benefit kids.
They're doing reports on it. It's so far a fairly small number of people relative to what we're talking about. Something that people have known about for many, many years. I mean, measles has been, this is not something.
So let's see, although U.S., it is almost impossible to find something. I just want to find what Trump actually said, and you can't find what he said without having somebody say some weird shit about what he said. I just want to, everything is a joke. Everything is a joke. You can't even get the real news.
I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better. So let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate, because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while. It really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact.
So do y'all hear this, man? Do y'all hear this? Double tap at the like button. Greatest president ever. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Donald Trump. And then I love when he talks, because he knows so many people are against him. He got to do this elementary thing where he got to remind people, and this is what we're doing in the chat today, that they did the same thing with chickenpox. So I'm educating you on the MMR, because how MMR relates to me in my background, but maybe you heard about the chickenpox change. So this was not just the MMR, but it was also with chickenpox. Double tap, hit the like button. Just giving you some information that I don't know if you know about.
Let those be taken separately. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better. So let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate, because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while. It really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're Okay, when you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. I also, and we've already.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one president in the world, man. Now, I know y'all thought I was going to let them get away. I'm not scared of this LGBTQ issue. I just talked about vaccines and MMR. So now we're going to talk about this LGBT transgender issue in California that they want to take nationwide. Before you vote for Gavin Newsom, I always say, do you want Californication for the nation? This is so important, man. I do my job. You know what I love? I love how people pay attention and say intelligent things, man, in the chat, man. Like, I know how people pay attention and understand how important these things are, man. And for the people who pay attention, who don't have time, who really respect and honor what I do here, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for subscribing. And I just want to share this news with you, man, because I ask all the time, do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want San Francisco and Idaho? Do you want Los Angeles and Arkansas? Is that what you want in middle America? Do you want the homelessness? Do you want the high inflation, the high gas prices, the high drugs, right? So this is something else. Just like Tim Walz almost became vice president, and those policies that allowed $19 billion in fraud almost went nationwide. Now remember, Obama is the one who championed Tim Walz and why Kamala chose Tim Walz. So Tim Walz's policies almost went nationwide. The Somalians and immigrants almost were able to defraud the entire country in order to keep the Democrats in power. Do you guys understand if the Tim Walz and the Somalians went nationwide, they would have allowed the nationwide fraud? Why? Why would they have allowed the nationwide fraud? Why would they have allowed Minnesota policies to go nationwide? It was a way to buy Democratic votes. What they were doing in Minnesota was maintaining Democratic power, just like the caliphate in Iran. By giving the Somalian community those billions of dollars, that money was funneled allegedly right back into the campaigns of Keith Ellison, Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar. There is a Somalian mayor in the Twin Cities. There's a Somalian congresswoman in the Twin Cities. There's a Somalian senator in the Twin Cities that you didn't even know about. And how do you become Congress? How do you become Senate? It costs a lot of money. Where did the money come from all of these Somalians to run for these political offices? It came from the fraud, allegedly. So the Democrats funneled this money into the Somalian community, allegedly, to help keep them in power. Do you know Somalians, allegedly? I played several videos of Somalians threatening Democrat politicians. You all seen the video of the Somalians? We elected you. If you don't do what you told us, we're gonna not. Do y'all remember the Somalian threat? Jacob Fry speaking in Somalis. This is what's going on with the fraud. That fraud would have went nationwide if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz won. Today, I'm going to share with you what they would have took nationwide if what they will take nationwide if Gavin Newsom wins. This is what they have in store. Californication for the nation. Californication for the nation. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Get the algorithm up. Get the algorithm up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Let me see some super chats. Let me see some gifts. Let me see some responses in the chat, some intelligent commentary. Supreme Court backs parents in California gender policy case. In Maribel versus Bonta, the U.S. Supreme Court vacated a Ninth Court Circuit stay, reinstating a 2023 injunction that blocks California from enforcing secret policies on parents statewide. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. No one else coming with these facts, man. No one else coming with these facts. Double tap hit the like button. Supreme Court slapping down Gavin Newsom. Supreme Court slapping down Gavin Newsom. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. In Maribel versus Bonta, the U.S. Supreme Court vacated a Ninth Circuit stay, reinstating a 2023 injunction that blocks California from enforcing secrecy policies on parents statewide. The unsigned order highlighted how the state's approach using preferred names and pronouns without notification likely violates parents' First and 14th Amendment rights to direct their children's upbringing and education. While teachers' claims remain on hold, the decision requires schools to notify parents in the certified class, making a win amid restrictions from both supporters celebrating family involvement and critics concerned for student safety. Double tap hit the like button, get the likes up. Double tap hit the like button, get the likes up. We talking about California. I know, unreal. We talking about Californication for the nation. Gavin Newsom running for president. Gavin Newsom running for president. Double tap, hit the like button. Gavin Newsom running for president in 2028. This is what's on the plate. This could be your fate for 2028. Secret conversations in schools, right? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Double tap, hit the like. But not enough likes, man. Get the algorithm up, man. Not enough likes, everybody. Let's get the likes up, man. God help us all. God bless Trump. God bless America. God bless everybody in the chat. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love everybody in the chat that's watching right now. Thank you so much. I love you. Man, y'all mean so much to me every day. You guys show up and you support the channel. I ask you to like, share, and subscribe. You guys hit the like button. You guys are subscribing at a very high rate. You're joining the channel. I see the memberships going up. I want to say thank you and I love you for the support. I think Trump appreciates the support. I think Trump appreciates the hard work and how we stand out by educating the people that we actually care about the people. Actually care about the people being educated on some of these topics. I don't believe the Democrats want you to be an educated electorate. So I think Trump is happy with what the work we're doing. I feel like God is happy with the work we're doing. And I want to share with you that I'm happy with your support and your love. And I want to say I love you to all the friends. And thank you guys for showing up every day. Let's get into this news, man. Let's get into this news. California gets shut down by the Supreme Court.
Out of the nation's capital today, where the Supreme Court has ruled on California policy regarding the notification of parents surrounding their child's gender identity. Today's ruling overturns a state law which prevented schools from notifying parents if students change their pronouns or gender expression at school. This comes after some religious parents and educators challenged California school policies aimed at preventing schools from outing students to their families. California argued students have the right to privacy over their gender expression, especially if they fear rejection from their families. News out of the nation's capital today, where the Supreme Court has ruled on California policy regarding the notification of parents surrounding their child's gender identity. Today's ruling overturns a state law which prevented schools from notifying parents if students change their pronouns or gender expression at school.
So it was a state law that said that they could have these secret meetings. Now, I talked about these secret meetings, and because they didn't exist in every state, people probably thought it wasn't for real, right? And this is what I said, that they could have so many unconstitutional laws, so many unconstitutional laws. So I was educating people on this stuff in California, and it's so scary. They were able to have 3 separate conversations. So you know what I do here? I do politics. We do Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo. So I do my research, man. I do my research, man. And what I did was I actually read the law so I could understand what was going on. And what they said was that you could have 3 conversations with kids. You could have a conversation like before kindergarten, in the middle of elementary school, and at the end of elementary school. And these conversations would have progressive progressive talking points as the child got older. So think about this, if your child was firm and you raised your child firm and they were firm on their gender, they would have this talk almost pressuring the kid, because the children want to make the teacher happy, almost pressuring the child to agree with it. Just like when you saw those ICE protests and you saw 4-year-olds saying F ICE and F Trump, and all of us were saying that's grooming, because how can a 4-year-old articulate F something, because they don't even understand who Trump and ICE is, right? So in California, I read the law. It sounds scary, right? It sounds fucking scary. It sounds fucking scary. I know you're saying, no, fuck that. That's not true. This was a California law. Hold on, fuck that. Let's play it again so y'all can understand what it was like living in California under Biden and Kamala and why I rejoice. People talk shit. Why you voting for Trump? You didn't live in California, motherfucker. You don't know what was coming as a motherfucking Democrat. And what the fuck? Do you know during quarantine, I tell people a lot of time, why am I conservative Republican? I grew up Southern Baptist. My grandmother took me to church every Sunday, right? But you know what Gavin Newsom did during the pandemic? Well, Gavin Newsom said you can't go to church. And you know what else they did? Now California was the only state. They got shut down, just like I'm saying today. They got shut down by the Supreme Court, but California was the only state that shut down church and worship. And you know what else they said? That you could not sing or chant. What do you mean you can't chant? You can't do any singing, chanting, and incantations. And then what you need to know about the Supreme Court is one of the people who voted against Trump, she said, you need to give me proof that singing or chanting incantations have some type of worth. The Democrats, Gavin Newsom had people on the Supreme Court who agreed with him that, number one, you can shut down church. They tried several times to make it nationwide to shut down church. And number two, that you can stop people from singing and chant. Why would they want to stop us from singing? Because you know what you do when you sing in church. You know what that's called? That's called praise. So during the pandemic, Gavin Newsom was the only state that successfully closed church doors and successfully said you could not sing or chant. So when this report says that it was a California law, what you need to understand is that the California law said that you could have 3 secret conversations with the child that progressed over the child's elementary school year, starting in kindergarten, 3rd grade, and again in 5th grade, asking them incrementally and more important questions. How do you identify? And finally, in the last conversation, if you want to change, we will give you medication secretly, and you don't have to tell your parents, and we will force your parents to agree with your new gender assignment. And this was all done in secret.
News out of the nation's capital today, where the Supreme Court has ruled on California policy regarding the notification of parents surrounding their child's gender identity. Today's ruling overturns a state law which prevented schools from notifying parents if students change their pronouns or gender expression at school. This comes after some religious parents and educators challenged California school policies aimed at preventing schools from outing students to their families. California argued students have the right to privacy over their gender expression, especially if they fear rejection from their families.
But there was more to it. So now you understand the basis for these ICE walkouts, right? Trying to assign rights to children that they don't possess at that current age. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? The Democrats are so desperate for votes. The Democrats are so desperate for favor. They are attempting to sway our children and attribute rights to them that they don't have yet. Children have to be in school. You can have truancy and the parents can be arrested if the child doesn't go to school. That's a legal requirement. You just can't skip school. It's not just a word, it's a legal requirement. You can have a truancy infraction. Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris got her bones in California by putting black single mothers in prison for children not showing up to school or showing up to school late. Kamala Harris got her bones for putting black single mothers in prison for children showing up late or not showing up to school, to remind parents that you don't have a right to not have your child in school. And then we have ICE walkouts supported by Democrats. Can you believe that? And then we have Democrats who want to tell our children that can have a secret conversation with our children, and that our children can have their own gender affirming assigning and never tell the parents. So what was behind the Supreme Court overthrowing California is behind what California's policy and legislation in depth. There were 3 conversations that were allowed to have with your child. 3 incremental progressive conversations that were going to be secret. That was law. And did you hear the report? It was law. Nothing me as a father could do about it under Biden and Harris. My hands were tied. And every day, you think you scare me? You think you get me up razzle dazzle when you say, how did you vote for Trump? I prayed that Trump won. I prayed that Trump won. I didn't just vote for Trump. I prayed that Trump won. Because of these laws that existed in California and Minnesota, because of what Tim Walz was going to bring to our nation, and the $19 billion Somalian fraud was going to go nationwide, because what Gavin Newsom did by shutting down my church home, what Gavin Newsom did by saying you can have a secret conversation with my son that he can cut off his penis, and if I don't agree with it, you would take away custody or put me in jail. There was more details to this law and policy that's not in this expose. It's deeper than rap. It's deeper than that. It's deeper. See, because what happened with this secret conversation is that if I did not affirm what the school and my child, and it said it violates my First Amendment and 14th Amendment right. If I didn't agree with the policy, if I didn't agree with the decision that the child in the school made, then I would be in trouble. So today, this is brand new breaking news. How y'all love me now? How you like 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 me now? Supreme Court shuts down Gavin Newsom, Californication for the nation. Supreme Court shuts down San Francisco. Supreme Court shuts down California. No more secret gender affirming surgeries and conversation is never going nationwide. Gavin Newsom cannot run for president. Gavin Newsom cannot win. Double tap hit the like button, get those likes.
Out of the nation's capital today, where the Supreme Court has ruled on California policy regarding the notification of parents surrounding their child's gender identity. Today's ruling overturns a state law which prevented schools from notifying parents if students change their pronouns or gender expression at school.
Overturns a state law if students change their pronouns or gender expression at school. Does anybody know what gender expression is? These are these new terminologies that they've come up with to sneak around parents' rights. They sneak around your rights, your tax dollars, not just this, but gender expression. And you don't even know what that is because you at work taking care of your kid.
Their pronouns or gender expression at school. This comes after some religious parents and educators challenged California school policies aimed at preventing schools from outing students to their families. California argued.
I wanted to chat if you agree with this. Do you think this is outing or this is just reaffirming parents' rights, right? They try to put children's rights above parents' rights. Put up 1 if you agree with the Supreme Court decision. Is this outing children or is this reaffirming parents' rights?
Students have the right to privacy over their gender expression, especially if they fear rejection from their families. Out of the nation.
Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. Giving y'all some good information, man. Gave y'all some information on the MMR. Trump separating the MMR. Just giving y'all some information on Gavin Newsom in California losing in the Supreme Court. Gavin Newsom in California losing in the Supreme Court, right? Let's get back to Iran, man. Let's get back to Iran, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get back to Iran and my brother Scott Jennings justifying the invasion in Iran.
But hold on, if bombs dropping on the nuclear program and destroying them last year didn't help move forward those objectives of deterring the regime, why do we think that suddenly this is going to do the same thing?
Because the people who weren't deterred are now dead. That's
Yeah,
number one.
but let me,
Number
but let
two-
me, but this is Iran. Those people are dead, but there are other people. They've got plenty of people, Scott.
I agree with you on
and-
that.
Plenty
And
of Ayatollahs.
there's no
They're
indication.
7 layers deep on
we
bad
are
guys.
we are 72 hours into this.
You're making a good case for this.
There's no indication, as we sit here tonight, that there have been any political changes in Iran. So my question is, if bombs dropping a year ago didn't change it, what is the rationale for thinking that bombs dropping today are going to change the actual political dynamics on the ground in Iran?
Well, look, you're asking a broad question about justification and what we intend to do with these guys over the long term. The justification is, A, we had a huge problem with the ballistic missiles, and we did believe that if Israel, according to the Secretary of State, attacked, and they intended to attack, that our bases were going to be targeted. They were not willing to absorb that attack, so we attacked. That is what the Secretary of State has said. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but that is the justification. That's number one. Number two,
You think that makes sense? You think?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that the Iranians are not shy about firing ballistic missiles across the region. I was in Israel last summer and watched many of them in the sky.
Where do you
above
stand,
my head.
Scott? Are you for this invasion or not? You seem to be dancing around the question.
No,
do you think this was a good idea?
No, I'm quite for it.
And you think that was?
I think these butchers deserve to die, not just because of the missiles, not just because of the nuclear program, but for 47 years, Josh, they have waged war against Western civilization, against the United States. Their mantra is death to America. They have killed American soldiers, American personnel. They have maimed people, our people. And so if you want to go back decades or you want to go back 2 weeks, there's plenty of reasons to believe that those people that we killed being gone is good for U.S. national security. That's my view. I'm mourned, by the way, and we should say the loss of the U.S. servicemen who I think died in
if President
a
Trump
noble
makes a
cause.
deal with the next guy down in the IRGC and says, okay, just like Venezuela, we'll have the chavistas without Maduro, we'll have the IRGC without the Ayatollah. Are you going to then switch and be like, oh, that's great, we're just going to do a deal with the Ayatollah, successor, and then the next Ayatollah and the next IRGC, and you're just going to switch and be like, okay, we're fine with the regime because Trump said it's fine.
The president said his objectives are, and I think these are worthy, they're not going to have the missiles, they're not going to have nuclear weapons. If whoever becomes the next leadership in Iran says, okay, we're tired of being punished for missiles and nuclear weapons, that would be a good outcome that I think we would all be happy about.
Yes. But I don't know if the Democrats would be happy because that would be a win for Trump. The Democrats don't care. They would rather be in World War III just so they could say Trump bad. You know what I'm saying? That's some sad shit. It's actually un-American. That's why I liken them to the caliphate. I like the terminology Democratic Caliphate. Put it in the chat. Put hashtag Democrat Caliphate because that's what the fuck.
Thank you, Chairman. I just feel like I need to respond to.
We're dealing with a socialist left-wing party and a Democratic Caliphate. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast. Right now, let's tee up this video right now. This is another one of our brothers from another mother, and he's talking about, people keep talking about how they didn't have congressional sanction or congressional permission for this Iranian strike, and this is a pushback on that. This is a pushback on everybody saying that Trump didn't have authority for these assaults. Double tap at the like button. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree with the Iranian invasion
of pulling out? Thank you, Chairman. I just feel like I need to respond to some things the senator was bringing up by accusing the president of pulling out of a nuclear deal in his first term. It was a horrible deal. It was a disastrous deal. It was a deal that we all know that would originally allow Iran to be able to have enrichment to the grade that they could make a nuclear weapon. And then for the senator that was saying that the president needs to come back for reauthorization, I don't remember him saying anything in 2016 when Barack Obama at the time dropped 26,000 bombs in Syria, Pakistan, Libya, just to name a few. And I definitely don't remember my colleagues in 2013 at all complaining about the president then Barack Obama, going into Syria. And I would like to ask the question then, what threat did Syria have to the United States? What threat did Libya have to the United States during the Arab Spring to which these leaders were removed? And then I would ask the question, what threat did Iran have to us? Do we really need to talk about it? Do we need to talk about how many times they've killed thousands of Americans since 1979, from the first time they took hostages in November of 1979 to the last time they attacked us in June of 2025.
Come on now, come on with it. Double tap hit the like button. We laying out the case. We laying out the case. Y'all thought I forgot. How you like me now? How you like me now? We laying out the case for Iran invasion, man. Number one podcast on YouTube, man. How did we get to Iran? Did we have authority? I see the questions in the chat. Sit back, relax, and take notes, man. You're watching the number one podcast on YouTube. If you want answers, you're in the right place. If you want understanding, you're in the right place. How you like me now? How you like me now?
And anybody wants to doubt that they were a threat to us, an essential threat to us? Does anybody doubt on that side of the aisle, does anybody doubt that Iran, if or when they got a nuclear weapon, would deliver it to the United States if they have the capability of doing it? Does anybody deny that the fact that the president was being proactive on an adversary that has been chanting death to America since 1979? Does anybody deny that Iran was a threat to us and our service members? Or do we have to remind you how many they've injured and killed through their proxies and through direct action? This is the first president in 7 presidencies that actually did something about the thorn that constantly came after us. And now you criticizing and you say it's illegal? It's not. This same authorization is the same authorization that Democrats and Republican presidents in the past have used. And thank God we had a president with a backbone to finally get rid of this murderous regime.
Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. It's the same policy that Obama used. It's the same policy that y'all forgot about Libya. Y'all forgot about Libya. Double tap hit the like button. Big old balls on Trump. Big old ball. Can I get a hashtag big balls in the chat? Let's go.
And now we're complaining about it. Remember, legally, he has to respond to Congress or inform Congress in 48 hours. That has happened. And then within 60 to 90 days, he needs to inform Congress if we're going to war and ask for specific war authorities. But
just to give you your answer, another answer, number one podcast.
The president, through Article 2, clearly has an obligation and the powers under the Constitution.
Sit down, clown. Sit down, clown. Sit down, clown. Who was the clown in the chat? Let me call his ass out. Here it is right here. What's your name? Farmer John from his Perspective Podcast 54. Sit your ass down. Have several seats. Farmer John, from your farmer ass perspective, you don't know what the hell you talking about. Sit your farmer ass down. I just did a slam dunk. Slam dunk around the back, nuts and balls in your face. Number one podcast on YouTube. Number one podcast on YouTube. Now he gonna give you some more. He gonna give you some more. Nasty dunk. Nasty dunk.
To defend our interest home and abroad. And there is no question he's defending our interest. No question. So what is this grandstanding about? Do you think we should have let the Ayatollah in place? Do you think he was a good guy? Are you defending the Ayatollah now? Or aren't you glad that America finally stood up and took care of this murderous regime that's been sponsoring terror around the world for 47 years?
Defend the Ayatollah in my chat right now. Defend the Ayatollah. Matter of fact, before you defend the Ayatollah, define what a Shia is. Tell me what a Shia Muslim is. Tell me what the Shia Muslim ideology is. Tell me what the Shia believe. Tell me what they believe in Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Bahrain, and Syria. Tell me what the Shia Muslims believe. Tell me when they kidnapped America and took the embassy for 444 days. Over a year, brothers and sisters. Tell me in the chat you know what a Shia Muslim is. Tell me you know who the caliphate is. Tell me you understand the Ayatollah Khomeini, 1979 revolution. Before you get in my chat with that dumb nonsense, this is the number one podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. No one else got this shit like this. Let's get into it, man. Let's have a debate conversation. I'm roasting motherfuckers today.
How about we say thank you, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Motherfucking President. How about we say thank you, Mr. President? Well, I got some more motherfucking claps, man. I got some more. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. How about you say that in my chat? Or go read something about politics before you speak, what you know, not know. Huh? What you know, not know.
For finally getting rid of this nuisance, this murderer, this sponsor of terror. He did the world a favor, and the world is a safer place because of it. You may disagree with a lot of his actions. You may disagree with some of his policies, but you can't deny that this was a threat and an essential growing threat to the United States. And you want to say he's playing politics and you get the politics behind it, Mr. Peters? You guys are playing politics.
Amen.
You guys are the ones that are grandstanding. The president's doing his job as commander-in-chief. And I think at one time or next, we should say thank you. Thank you for being a strong leader. But there's no way in God's green earth you guys can ever give the president, at least President Trump, any credit.
Hey, man, we're going to give him credit today, though, boy. We're going to give him credit today on the Perfect Timber Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Number 1 in the chat for Donald Trump. Put a 1 in the chat for Donald Trump. Put a 1 in the chat for Donald Trump. We're going to give him his props today on the Perfect Timber Podcast. That's what we do here every day. That's all we do here every day. Terrific Tuesday, Trump Tuesday. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo blues. Giving Democrats the boo blues. And giving out information. Giving out information. Foundational Podcast. God dog it. Woo, I'm good. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Giving out that info. Giving out that info. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Giving out that info. Giving out that info. Mission for the nation. Mission for the nation. Mission for the nation. MAGA. Let's go. Number 1 podcast on YouTube. Number 1 podcast on YouTube. Number 1 podcast on YouTube. Doing what we do. Doing what we do, how we do, the best that we do. Double tap at the like button, man. Everybody hit the like button. We going in on this Iran topic. There's another one, the second area of there's another support for Donald Trump right here. Remember when President Trump first left office, Iran oil exports were down 100,000 barrels under Joe Biden. Oil skyrocketed. So this talks more about, like, you know, what's really going on, man, what was going on, what the Democrats was up to, the dirty, dirty, dirty Democrats. Can I get dirty Democrats in the hash? Dirty Democrats, and we're keeping the oil. Dirty Democrats in the hash. Dirty Democrat hashtag in the chat, and we're keeping the oil. Venezuela, what we do? What we do in Venezuela? We shut down the oil. No oil to China. China, we shut down the oil that was going there. China, what we just do in Iran? The Straits of Hormuz, Vamoose. No Hormuz. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. We shut it down.
I would view that as we can raise U.S. production, we would squeeze down the bad actors, especially Iran. I think I'm right, maybe not in the exact numbers, but in order of magnitude. I believe Iran was down to 100,000 barrels of oil exports when President Trump left office. I believe that they are now exporting in excess or approximately 1.7 million. So through sanctions policy, I believe that we can, again, as I like to say, make Iran poor again. Not the Iranian people, the Iranian government. And then at the same time, they have our domestic producers push that up with the highest energy standards in the world. I would view that as
y'all heard it right here. Make Iran poor again. Under Biden, Iran saw an increase of millions of barrels. Trump had reduced them down, but Biden got them back up again. Now we're going to make Iran poor again and make it safer in the region. Double tap at the like button.
As we can raise U.S. production, we would squeeze down the bad actors, especially Iran. I think I'm right, maybe not in the exact numbers, but in order of magnitude. I believe Iran was down to 100,000 barrels of oil exports when President Trump left office. I believe that they are now exporting in excess or approximately 1.7 million. So through sanctions policy, I believe that we can, again, as I like to say, make Iran poor again. Not the Iranian people, the government. And then at the same time, they have our domestic producers push that up with the highest energy standards in the world. I would view that as we can raise U.S. production.
Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get some more answers for the haters, man. I asked House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about Nancy Pelosi saying in 2011 that President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya, but Dems now say President Trump needs approval. They said it in my chat too, brother. They said it in my chat too. Can we put this bed? I'ma put you to bed, bed. I'ma put you to bed, bed. The Democrats go to bed, bed. I'ma put you to bed. Hack sheep, yeah, I like that one, man. I'm taking that one, man. I like that. Hack sheep, Jeffrey. You know he was trying to have a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. You know he was trying to get campaign funds from Jeffrey Epstein as after the 2009 conviction and incarceration. He was trying to have a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, get funding from Jeffrey Epstein, and he said, if you will have dinner with me, I'll have Barack Obama be there too. So Barack Obama was down to have dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, and Hakeem Jeffries that was not only down to have dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, he requested dinner with Jeffrey Epstein and wanted money from Jeffrey Epstein. And wanted money from Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's who we talking about right now. Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem. We love you, Hakeem. We love you, Hakeem.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, I was not in Congress at the time. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now, which is a catastrophic.
Nah. Hakeem trying to duck the question. Hakeem sucker ducking. Man, what did you used to do? You used to play, Hakeem, when you used to play dodgeball. What's going on with you, man? You should have been an NBA player, man, for the way you dodging them questions, man. First of all, I wasn't in the Congress. You was a lack of leadership, man. Lack of leadership, man. Nobody would get elected, keep their job if that's how you came into the interview, or if you were speaking to your boss and your boss wanted to know what was going on currently in the office, and you said, well, sir, I wasn't working here when the problem started. Motherfucker, you work here now. Motherfucker, you work here now. Unbelievable. Dodgeball, Hakeem Dodgeball Jeffries. Hakeem Dodgeball Jeffries, man. How many ways can I dodge the ball? Let me count the ways. Did Trump have authority to invade Iran? Let's go.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, was not in Congress at the time. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now, which is a catastrophic, endless war, as Donald Trump has characterized it, without any justification that there was going to be a preeminent assault or attack on the United States of America, either in our homeland or as it relates to our interests in the Middle East. The administration is not even pretending like they have intelligence or information at this point, publicly. And certainly there's been nothing that has been presented to us privately to justify a preemptive strike of this nature that has triggered an all-out war in the Middle East. And by the way, Donald Trump is the one who said in the aftermath of the 12-day war that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated. Not my words, his words. So was he lying to the American people then, or is he lying now? When he tried to suggest a few days.
Double tap, hit the like button. Hey, you guys are the best chat. He said, Timu Obama. Hakeem Jeffries, Timu Obama can't even answer a straight question. It's a simple question, Hakeem. Does Trump have the same authority that Barack Obama had? That's all, Hakeem. Does Trump have the same authority that's Barack Obama? Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer the question.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, was not in Congress at the time. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with right now, which is a catastrophic, endless war, as Donald Trump has characterized it, without any justification that there was going to be a preeminent assault or attack on the United States of America, either in our homeland or as it relates to our interests in the Middle East. The administration is not even pretending like they have intelligence or information at this point, publicly. And certainly there's been nothing that has been presented to us privately to justify a preemptive strike of this nature that has triggered an all-out war in the Middle East. And by the way, Donald Trump is the one who said in the aftermath of the 12-day war that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated. Not my words, his words. So was he lying to the American people then, or is he lying now? When he tried to suggest a few days.
I support Trump. Down with Hakeem Jeffries. Let's do this. 1 in the chat for Trump, 2 in the chat for Jeffries. 1 in the chat for Trump, 2 in the chat for Jeffries. Who y'all got? Y'all got Trump or y'all got Jeffries? Y'all got Trump or y'all got Jeffries, huh? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. 1 in the chat for Trump, 2 in the chat for Jeffries. Who y'all got? I want to see it lit up. I want to see it lit up. So everybody got some questions. I've been giving out my foundation. You know, let me address something before I go into this. Let's address something real quick before we go into the next phase. Somebody said, you know, they always be talking mess in the chat. Somebody said something about know your history. And it's like, know YouTube. Know how podcasts work, dum-dum. That's what I would say. Know how podcasts work, dum-dum. Know how YouTube works, dum-dum. Don't watch the podcast for 3 seconds and say something and think you're so smart. You know what I'm saying? You think you're so smart. Somebody said something about something said something about the history of Iran, and it's like you must have just got here, but we was having so much fun, I didn't get a chance to go back and address it. Who was the person that was talking that dumb shit in the chat about I didn't know the history? Because it's like you just got here. So basically, it was a dummy in the chat who probably been here for 3 seconds who didn't realize that we already went over, even going back to 600 AD and the split after Muhammad died. Like yesterday when we started this, if you only been watching for 3 seconds and you probably don't have enough brain power to actually do the math necessary to understand this Iran issue, but my chat does. We went back to 600 AD when Muhammad passed away and he didn't name a successor, and that's when you got the split in the Muslim religion. Muslim is one of the largest religions and the fastest growing religion in the globe, so it's important that Americans understand this. You know, I think it's kind of an atrocity that we did not understand this after 9/11 and during the Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan wars. And it's sad that we didn't, but my hope today is that as Ayatollah Khomeini is being removed, that the American people comes to better understanding of Shia and Sunni Muslim, right? So after Muhammad passed away, you had this split, right? And the Sunnis wanted, from Sunnah or of the Prophet, wanted to elect the most qualified, capable individual, right? And the Shia, who Ayatollah Khomeini is a Shia Muslim, most Iranians are Shia, said that the person should be of a blood lineage, right? And he was known as an Islamic purist, right? So the Shia Muslims are the ones who were in control. The Ayatollah Khomeini is a supreme leader. What I said earlier, for those of you who've only been here 3 seconds, is there was a timeline. I even read the timeline for the dum-dum who only been here 3 seconds. I haven't read the timeline. I mean, going back, we started with our timeline. I don't know where you started, but we went back to 1905. That's where I started today. Yesterday, I started back to 1600. But today we started with 1905 with the Constitutional Revolution of Iran. And then we went to 1920 with Reza Khan. And then we went to 1941 with the Anglo-Soviet invasion. And that preceded what you were, the dumb shit you were saying. So what I said in my chat to just lay down the foundation when we started our discussion is that that Iran had been taken over by these white nations, right? And that how the caliphate came to power is there was sentiment because after 1941, when the Russians were there, then the CIA in the UK, we worked in conjunction with the Brits to get involved in 1950. I think it was 1953. And then we installed the corrupt Shah. That corrupt Shah worked with the white European countries to make them rich, and it caused inflation and high sentiment and unrest in Iran. The Shah was corrupt. He was working with the white man all over again. This is how Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia come back to power. In 1979, there's a revolution. How is there a revolution when people are broke, the stagnant economy, and the Shia Muslims say, this is the fault of the white man. This is the fault of white nations. This is the fault of Russia, who took us over and pimped us for our oil. This is the fault of the American and the British, who took us over and are currently pimping us through this corrupt Shah. If you bring me back, Ayatollah Khomeini, if you bring me back as supreme leader, as a Shia Muslim theocracy, I will protect you from the white infidels. Colonizer, I will protect you from the white man. And this is the thing about you only being here 3 seconds. I actually said to my chat, there is legitimate, we talk about this all the time. There was legitimate reason, and it was a reason why the caliphate was able to come to power. There was legitimate anger toward these European white Anglo nations. There was legitimate anger because over centuries, like you put in the chat, the white nations had pimped out Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan for strategic alliances. And when the Russians first came there, it was for war. It was in World War II, and it was strategic. They wanted access to the water and they wanted the oil. And this has always been the fate of Iran. And this is how the supreme leader sold it to the Iranians. Don't you want to stop these people from using you? Don't you want to stop these people from taking your oil? Bring me into power, supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini, and the way they chanted in the streets in 1979. Death to the infidels, death to, this is, so in 2026, in 2024, and 2025, how it manifests. All you hear about now is this Israel conflict, right? But as a child, what I learned and what I knew is that these people hated Americans. And you have time and time again, terrorists, you have Beirut, you have this thing where they kidnapped our people for 444 days. You have these people who are the sworn enemies of America. Now, if you want to legitimize their anger, I can't argue with you. I just say I'm an American. I get it. I get why they're mad. I get why they're mad. It's true. The Russians pimped them out. The Americans and the British pimped them out. It's all true. So if you're saying that Iran has a reason for being upset, I'm not disputing Iran has a reason for being upset. I'm just saying that when their anger manifested in saying river to the sea, death to the infidels, death to Israel, death to America. So I don't understand how you could be on that side. I understand that you think you're intelligent because you claim to understand their anger, but it's their anger. This is why it's America first. This is why it's America first. This is some political shit that has nothing to do with America. This is some political shit that has nothing to do with America. So I get it. You think you're smart. You understand why Iran hates white people. Maybe you hate white people. Well, fuck you, man. Fuck you. This is America. And anyone who says fuck America, it's fuck them. It's America first. Why is that so difficult for some of you liberal Democrat tards? You come here and you think we don't understand? We fucking get it. We fucking get it. We get it, bro. We know why Iran is upset. And I understand how you want to legitimize. I don't get why you're a fucking American. Go to fucking Iran. Go to fucking Iran. Pick a fucking side, bro. Shit, man, don't come in my chat like you so fucking smart. If you love Iran and you agree with that shit, go be a Shia Muslim and become an Iranian, motherfucker. They need help right now because we kicking their fucking ass. They need help right now because we kicking their fucking ass. We understand the plan. I said MAGA knows the climate. Hashtag MAGA knows the climate. I say it every fucking day. MAGA knows the climate. We're not just fucking talking. We're not just fucking having this conversation. We know what the fucking climate is, brothers and sisters. Bridge 984 sent 10 gift memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He just said 10 gift membership. Who got the membership? I don't even know how to do that. Give 10 memberships. I don't even know how to do that. That's dope. How do you give out the memberships? I never had that happen before. Thank you so much. I don't know how to, y'all gotta tell me what to do. Y'all know I'm old. Oh man, you don't know how to gift out your memberships. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, I don't know how to do the memberships, man. But okay, let's click on her name. Allow gift memberships. Allow. Okay. Allow. Okay, I did it. Okay. I don't know how it works, but Let me keep going with this fire. Let me keep going with this fire. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me keep going with this fire. We was going down the timeline, and we were sharing with people after the corrupt Shaw came in with the CIA in the UK. That's what gave weight to the revolution in 1979, where the Shah was installed, and immediately he installed the Islamic Republic, the IRC. That was the theocracy, and that's where all of the restraints came in, the authoritarian rule, this Islamic fist. If women can't do this, women got to wear this. 1979, 1981, the U.S. Embassy hostage crisis. Militants seized the embassy, hold 52 Americans. 1980 to 1988, Iran-Iraq war. Saddam Hussein invaded Iran. 1989, Khomeini dies. Ali Khamenei becomes supreme leader, brand new president. 1997, reformist. 2005 to 2013, Mohammed was a populist. 2013 to 2021, Hassan negotiates the JCPOA nuclear deal. Now, this is when we talked about, remember I showed you the report the other day of what Scott Bessick said the Biden policy was to pay off Iran to stop them in their nuclear program. And what we learned from Trump and Scott is that Biden and Obama gave them billions of dollars, but they never stopped proliferating their nuclear program. They took the money and they reinvested it into the nuclear program. Did y'all know that? 2024, Mossad elected president on reform promises, but power remains with the supreme leader. 2025 is when the Israel strikes for the 12-day war, and then 2026 is where we are now. Protests suppressed in January, and then we got the conflict that we in now. But yesterday, where I'm going to shift, we're going to shift now to some more geopolitics. Yesterday, we talked about NATO and how NATO is being little bitches and NATO is not our brother. You know what I'm saying? NATO is some little bitches and they're not our brother. They're not our allies. Steve Bessick yesterday, when talking about the Iran conflict, Steve Bessick yesterday, when talking about, no, that was Pete Hegseth, Pete Heggie, baby, Department of War. Shout out to my brother, Pete Heggie, baby, my brother from another mother, man. Pete Hegseth said, we want capable partners are good partners. And what we've said about NATO is that why are we supplying the $300 billion to the Ukraine when we're protecting NATO's back door and NATO's ass? Why are we giving the Tomahawk missiles to the Ukraine when we're protecting NATO and France and NATO's back door and they don't give a fuck about us, right? Why are we doing that, right? And I showed example going back to the Greenland episode where the Prime Minister of Denmark was talking big cash shit about America, saying he gonna put out troops, and he said we stand with the EU, we stand with NATO, as if America is juxtaposing NATO. I played yesterday the Spain Prime Minister. The Spain Prime Minister talking cash shit. And I said, Macron, he said his speech in France. The Danish Prime Minister did his speech in Dane. And then the Spanish Prime Minister did his speech in Spanish. All of these motherfuckers speak English. All of these motherfuckers speak good English. But they didn't choose to speak English. Instead, what they did was say it in their respective languages. I said I felt that was disrespectful because when Jacob Fry spoke to the Somalians, he spoke in Somalese. So if the Spain Prime Minister, Dirty Sanchez, Pedro Sanchez, that's what we called him yesterday. If he had something to say to Americans about the invasion in Iran, why not say it in English, motherfucker, when you speak good English? That's how they feel about us in NATO. So all along, going back to Greenland, you know what I've been so proud about? I want to say again, thank you to Bridge for giving out those memberships, but I've been damn proud of my chat. When I was talking about NATO, as I did my research, I didn't know how it would be taken. I saw NATO didn't care about us. I saw NATO wasn't real allies, but I didn't know if my chat, I didn't know. I said, MAGA knows the climate. You know how proud I am of you guys, how much I love you. When you guys understood the assignment and all of my chat was like, fuck NATO. Fuck NATO. NATO don't give a fuck. I was so proud of my chat. When I talked about the Paris Climate Accords, how you guys understood Biden's failure to America with the Paris Climate Accords and how that hurt American companies. And thank God Trump won again to take us out of the Paris Climate Accords, how Trump made NATO pay its fair share. And then now all of us get to see with this Ukraine peace deal, how NATO really feels about us. All of a sudden, Macron in France and Davos in Munich, now we're isolationists. When you get this Venezuela thing and they didn't fucking even help us, they don't stop tankers going to China. They don't stop tankers going to Russia. NATO doesn't give a fuck about if America is secure. So now when America secures Venezuela, cuts off the pipeline, we're isolationists. Somehow America is a problem for NATO, right? When America makes the deal with Russia, bringing Russia into the G8 and chopping up the EU for money for America, now Macron is pissed off. Austria is pissed off. See, I thought they were NATO allies. Shout out to Pete Hegseth. Pete Heggie, baby, the Department of War. Pete Hegseth said capable allies. He talked about Israel. So why am I saying this? I'm laying the foundation because what can the fuck NATO do for us? What have you done for me lately? Ooh, NATO. Do-do-do-do. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, NATO. Not a motherfucking thing. Not a motherfucking thing. Israel's nuclear capable, like all of the things they want you to hate about Israel makes them a hell of an ally. Everybody got a gun. Everybody goes to the military. They blow shit up. They are not fucking around and they are on our side. Why is that a bad thing? Why is it a bad thing? Why is it a bad thing that Israel is a capable ally? Why America can't have capable allies? Why does everybody want America to be crippled? I thought NATO was our friends. I thought NATO was our allies. We pay money. We support you. We have your motherfucking back. But on my channel, I've been giving up the real motherfucking spiel. The real motherfucking spiel, the real motherfucking deal. So yesterday, Spain was talking cash shit. You know our president is the greatest president. You know our president is the greatest president. He didn't wait 5 minutes. He didn't wait 5 minutes. We broke down the Spanish prime minister's comments. It wasn't even in English. I said it was so disrespectful. What the Spanish Prime Minister, Dirty Sanchez, said was so disrespectful. It wasn't even in English. I don't even speak motherfucking Spanish. And I was able to find out what the fuck. I got the gist of what he said. He started off by saying President Trump didn't get approval from Congress. I said, fuck you. Who the fuck are you to be poking your nose in American politics? Don't they always get upset at Trump? Don't they always get upset at America and say America's always trying to poke their nose in other people's politics? Well, sit the fuck down, Spanish prime motherfucking minister. Who the fuck are you to tell us whether or not our president has a right to defend our motherfucking country? Fuck you. So first, he starts off by saying President Trump didn't have congressional approval, like he's in the motherfucking Congress. Fuck you. Then he goes forward and says, we stand, they didn't, this was an international breach, and this was against, and it's the Spanish, the day after we invade Iran, our fucking NATO ally, who should be in Iran with us. You should be in Iran with us, with Israel, having our back. But no, instead, you're talking shit to the whole globe and saying, we don't stand with America. What America did was an international crime. And then he said at the end, lastly, alasto, we stand, España, alasto, España stands with the EU. I said, these motherfuckers got the same speechwriter. I said, I seen this fucking playbook before with the Democrats and the Democrat propaganda. I've seen the Democrats do this same 1-2 step. That was the same fucking wording for the Danish prime minister used. You motherfuckers are reading from a playbook. If Americans are asleep at the fucking wheel, you better wake up that NATO does not give a fuck about you, to the point that they are reading from the same playbook. When they speak, they are speaking in unison against you. They both said, we stand with Denmark and we stand with EU, Spain. We stand with España and we stand with the EU. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? There is that's why I love when they were in Davos and they got checked and they said there is no NATO without America. There is no NATO without America. Double tap hit the like button. There is no NATO without America. So yesterday, that was what we did yesterday. We broke down Dirty Sanchez. We broke down Dirty Sanchez talking shit about the American people like he's in the fucking Congress. We broke down Dirty Sanchez saying that America was international criminals as an ally, as a friend. Imagine your brother turning you in. Imagine your brother calling the police. Imagine your brother saying you're a criminal. Imagine your brother saying, I stand with these enemies and not with you. So Trump didn't wait 24 hours for this motherfucker to give him his walking papers. Trump gives the Prime Minister of Spain his walking papers immediately. President Trump is now cutting off all trade with Spain after the leftist PM said not to use bases in their country to strike Iran. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Talked all that shit, didn't you, yesterday? Talked all that shit. Big man, big old Spanish man. Big old Spanish man talked all that shit about America. Oh, America's a criminal. America's a criminal. Trump didn't have congressional authority. All this bullshit, right? All this bullshit, right? Thank you, Trump, for being the greatest president. He didn't let him have one night's sleep. Okay, you don't like America? Okay, America's criminals. We cutting off all trade. Fuck Spain. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 president in the world, Donald J. Trump.
Everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody, and Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to.
Let's go, Trump! We can fly in and use it. No one's going to tell us not to use it. Greatest president in the world. Let's go, baby.
Everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. Everybody was enthusiastic.
I love it.
Germany,
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. We're gonna cut off all trade. We don't want nothing to do with Spain. Now, let's have a real talk. I'm gonna play it again. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna celebrate. But in all honesty, if we're having a real conversation, and that's what we do here, what did we actually just hear? Because I talk about an educated electorate. I talk about being intellectually lazy. So we're going to celebrate. I'm a podcaster. It's YouTube. You guys know I have fun and I do my jokes. But what did we actually just hear? If you guys are listening with the type of ears that I have, and I know you are because that's why you're here. That's why I love you. If we feel the way we feel about NATO, and Trump has made NATO pay more money, and now Trump has just said we don't want anything to do with Spain, what is he actually saying? It sounds like to me, Trump is agreeing with this podcast and he's saying, fuck NATO, and we don't want anything to do with NATO. I feel like that's what I'm hearing. You guys tell me in the chat, am I going too far? Am I going too far? Because I don't see how you can say we don't want anything to do with NATO. I mean, I'm sorry. Look at that, a Freudian slip. I meant to say was, I don't see how you could say we don't want anything to do with Spain. If you're saying we don't want anything to do with Spain, you heard my Freudian slip. It sounds like he's saying we don't want anything to do with NATO. That's what it sounds like. And then before that, he prefaced it by saying, if we want to use it, we're going to use it. No one's going to fucking stop us. That doesn't sound like the way you talk to a friend. And it doesn't sound like they're being a friend. I think we're restructuring this relationship under Donald Trump, and I love it. I think Donald Trump is restructuring the relationship with the European powers or lack thereof, and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Let's listen to this again. Tell me if you're hearing what I'm hearing. I can be wrong. I don't think I am. Because
everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
They don't even want to pay the 2%. Now, a lot of times, today is Terrific Tuesday. Today is Terrific Tuesday. I've talked a lot about tariffs here. And real quick, let's go off on a tariff tangent. Me and my wife was having a debate. I want to say I love you to my wife. She's very busy right now. Thank you for being busy, staying a good wife. Thank God for giving me a good wife. When you find a good woman, man, thank God for giving me a good wife and mother to my children. We were having a discussion, and I was like, I was having a spirited conversation about the dum-dums who always say tariff is a tax. And someone I respected, or I used to respect, was saying tariffs was a tax. And I was saying, damn, man, these people are stupid. So I'm explaining to my wife what a tariff is, and I'm explaining to my wife that a tariff is not a tax. And I gave her the story that I tell you guys a lot about India. And I say, most people don't know what the tariffs were before Trump. And Trump just said in the EU, the tariffs were like 2%. Going back to 1996 when Nancy Pelosi gave that speech, some of the tariffs were zero, but like 2%, 3%, and they weren't even paying that like Trump just said. So listen up. I'm going to tell you, what is a tariff then? So I was saying to my wife, I said, most motherfuckers don't even know what a tariff is. I said, do you know what a tariff is, baby? And she was like, what, daddy? And I was like, a tariff is a duty. I said, you don't pay the tariff. The corporation pay the tariff. And she was like, but they say it's a tariff. I said, the corporation pays the tariff if they import or export goods. And her eyes, she's very intelligent. She works for the government. So her eyes got big because no one ever talks about this. I say, and then I'm going to end this with something powerful. I say, it's not a tax on you and you don't pay the cost. The corporation incurs the cost if they import goods or export goods. If you try to export into India as Harley Davidson, India charged them a 200% tariff. But if Harley Davidson did not try to export goods into India, there would be no tariff. It's a duty. It's a duty tax on goods that are exported or imported. If you're a business, if you do everything made in America, you don't have no tariff. Do you understand? You don't have any duty on imported goods that you have to pay. It's part of your costs. You don't get to pass that on to your consumer. If you're making widgets, if you're making spacely sprockets and you get parts from overseas and you have to import them and there's a duty tax, a tariff, that goes into how much you pay to make your sprockets, but the market sets the price of sprockets. If the market say a sprocket is $15, a sprocket is $15. You don't get to charge 17 because you have to pay to import a piece to make your sprocket. Oh shit, the tariff went up. I'm importing this piece. You're probably importing it because it's cheaper to increase your profit. You only pay a tariff if you decide not to make your sprocket 100% in America and you need to import a piece. So there's a duty tax we'll refer to as a tariff when you import that piece into America. I was telling my wife, if you never import or export, you never pay a tariff. You never pay a duty. Harley Davidson would have paid 200% tariffs to import. Not just because they're Harley Davidson. India charged Harley Davidson 200% to import into India. How did they get around the duty on the import? Harley Davidson built a factory in India. See, the fact that you can get around it lets you know it's not a tax on you. It's something that a company has to deal with. Either they find another way to get the part, or like Toyota, they're going to have to build a plant in America. Like Harley Davidson, they're going to have to build a plant in India to get around the duty tax that they would be charged to import their motorcycles into India. But if that's why it's not a tax on you. Harley Davidson customers in America never absorbed tariffs from India by buying Harley Davidson motorcycles. You never heard about that, did you? Did you ever hear, well, shit, the Harley Davidson is going up because they got to pay 200% tariffs in India? Fuck, and you never hear that. India went around paying the duty by building a plant in India. That's how Harley Davidson went around. They didn't pass on their import costs to Harley Davidson because the market sets the price for motorcycles. This is what never was discussed with the tariff debate. The market sets the price. If a motorcycle is 15 grand, a motorcycle is 15 fucking grand. The market set the fucking price. You don't get to elevate the motorcycle. The fucking market dictates. You don't get to now say, oh, Trump tariffs. We got to change the motorcycles is 20,000 now. No, people don't buy it. People won't buy it. It's something called you outprice the market. You outprice the market, and it's still dummies in the chat. It's still dummies in the chat. This is why we in Iran, this is what's wrong with America. They can't even listen. It's like they got premature ejaculation. You haven't been here long enough to understand the argument. All you are doing is regurgitating something from liberal media. Do you know, see a lot of elderly people, it's a lot of older people in the chat. That's why I highlighted your statement to call you out for being such a turd, a lib turd. You haven't been here long enough to understand the argument. You don't get it. You just hate Trump so bad. You have TDS so bad. You don't understand. Okay, now let's shut up all the dummies right now. And you guys can laugh at this idiot. And this is why you became a member. That's why you subscribe. Let's ask this idiot the question that's going to shut down everything. What's his name? Tortunda. When was the last time you paid a tariff? I'll ask again. When was the last time you or anybody you know paid a tariff? That was crickets. Do you understand? See, this is how you shut this down without me getting upset, without any cursing. When was the last time you paid a tariff? Or anyone you know? And where is it on the receipt? That's how you know it's not a tax on you. What they've always argued is that they would pass on the cost to you. It's not a tax on you. It's a duty on imports and exports. And this is so important that you dummies understand this, because if you buy into the libtard bullshit, you will end up paying higher prices for a product that's not even being imported. You fucking dum-dums. I'm gonna say it again. If you don't understand this argument, you would end up paying a higher price for an item that doesn't even have import or export duties, you stupid fuck. I just went down here and bought some ice cream that's made in America. Yeah, he charging extra for the ice cream. He said he had to charge extra because of Trump tariffs. Yeah, man, I just went down here and got me a hot dog at the baseball game. You know, a hot dog made in America. You know, hot dogs are for America, made in America. The hot dog man told me he gonna have to charge me double for the hot dog because of tariffs. If you don't listen to me, you wouldn't be able to say to the hot dog man, well, sir, you don't have any import costs. Huh? Yes, sir. Tariffs are not taxes. You would only pay a tariff, Mr. Hot Dog Man. Do your hot dogs come from China, Mr. Hot Dog Man? No, these are all American hot dogs. Everything, the mustard, the bread, all American hot dog man. That's what I am. Then, sir, how can you argue and charge me more for your hot dog and say it's because of tariffs if you don't import anything that you're selling me? Well, god darn, young man, you a smart whippersnapper. Well, god darn, young man. Well, god darn, young man, you a smart whippersnapper. Well, you're right. I don't even incur tariff costs. Everything I have on this cart comes from America. I don't even know what a fucking tariff is, but I heard the news say Trump is making people pay more money, so I said, fuck it. I'll raise my fucking prices too. If you stupid motherfuckers gonna pay it, I'll fucking raise my prices too. But it's only for dummies. This is only true for the dummies. It's only true for the dummies. Only the dummy will pay more for the hot dog because the dummy doesn't understand. The dummy believes Rachel Maddow. The dummy believes CNN. The dummy believes the libtard bullshit. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats. See, I know my shit. I know my shit. Terrific Tuesday, motherfucker. I know my shit. Your stupid ass will end up paying double for something with no import. Why don't nobody give you this education I give out? Why don't nobody give out this education I give out? You think everybody is dumb? Some people have to know that tariffs are a duty on imports and exports. Some people have to know that please don't pay more for something if they don't fucking import or export nothing. Please, man, please. Please don't be that fucking stupid. If you listen to the dummies, man, you're going to get hustled out your motherfucking money, man. If you listen to the dummies, you will get hustled out your motherfucking money, man. Think about how blind they are with their stupidity. Tariffs are a tax. Okay. If I own a business, I'm going to charge your stupid ass extra. I'm going to charge. If you come up to me talking about fucking Trump, fucking tariffs, I'm adding $2. Because this stupid motherfucker think that I got a higher cost. You stupid motherfucker. I don't import nothing on this hot dog cart, but I'm going to charge you $2 more for your Trump hate. For your TDS, it's going to cost you for your TDS. And you know what a Democrat is in 2026? A Democrat in 2026 would pay the $2 extra for the hot dog just so they could have the right to say, fuck Trump. I had to pay $2 more for my hot dog. Fuck Trump. Fuck the tariffs. I had to pay $2 more. And I'm going to just sit here and look at him like, you got what you pay for, you stupid motherfucker. You stupid motherfucker. You got what you pay for. You got what you pay for. Got what you pay for. What you did, brother, is you allow me. What you did, brother, is you allow me to educate. I just had someone gift out 10 memberships. I just had a lot of people subscribe and support the channel. Brother, what you did is you allowed me to introduce some of my new friends to who I am. Brother, I owe you a thank you. Tortunda, we owe you a thank you. We got a lot of 10 new members today. You know what that means for a content creator? That's fucking awesome, man. We got 10 new members. What you did is you allowed me to give an introduction to my new friends and my new family. For that, I thank you. That's what you did, brother. You gave us an opportunity to get to know each other better. You gave us an opportunity for them to know me and understand me better, my ideologies. So a lot of you, when you come here for 3 seconds, you're going to think black guy, Republican, he's a grifter, he doesn't know. But those of you who are here now listening to you try to troll me, what you did is you just gave me a great opportunity to show the people who just subscribed, who became members, why it's worth the dollars, why it's worth the money, why it's worth the time. Why am I spending my fucking time here? Right? So for that, I thank you. For that, I thank you. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. I'm not mad at you, brother. I love you. It's like when you're a good parent. If you were my child, this is an opportunity to make you better. This is an opportunity to show my friends and make you better. This is a win-win, brother. There's nothing, this is a win-win. It's all content. I love the content. It's a podcast. We're going to be here for a couple hours. It's all content. I love you, brother. And I thank you. You just helped me out. You helped out the podcast. Some people now are even reassured and reinvigorated in their subscriptions and their memberships because of our discussion. And I know you have been grown. I know you have been grown by this conversation. God is good, man. God is good.
Everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We don't want to. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to.
No one's going to tell us shit.
But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. Everybody was enthusiastic.
Double tap, hit the like button. Trump giving out them good facts. We giving out them good facts. We giving out them good facts. Double tap, hit the like button. So that was about Spain and the Spain prime minister. And we have been talking about NATO and how Europe has been showing their cards. This is not a joke when we talk about this stuff, this geopolitics. We have been talking about Europe and how NATO has been showing her cards. For those who've been listening and paying attention, this is a podcast right here that we support, and we've shared this podcast before. We're going to listen to this again today because they seem to be aligning with the things that we are teaching. This is Promethean action, fair use, fair use. We're going to react to this Promethean action. Bolton says Trump has no strategy. Let's get into it. This is I'm showing this to support more of my arguments on Iran and NATO and the Europeans and their thoughts on Venezuela and everything that you've witnessed in the last year that Trump has been president that you may not have time to break down and add up. Double tap at the like button.
Why would John Bolton, the man who has wanted to bomb Iran for 30 years, suddenly sound the alarm about the president who finally did it? Politico's headline read, "John Bolton sounds the alarm on Trump's Iran gamble." And here's what Bolton told News Nation.
We can't get a completely straight answer from the president what his objective is. He says, with one set of remarks, it's regime change. And that, by the way, is my preferred objective. I'm entirely in favor of it. But then says in other remarks that this could be over with in a couple days. If this turns into a one and done operation, 2, 3, 4 days of strikes, and then President Trump says, okay, opposition, over to you, there's not going to be regime change.
Bolton's complaint was echoed across the British press and the foreign policy establishment. It's that the president is not on board with their policy of regime change. Chatham House, the intellectual arm of the British Foreign Office, chimed in saying, you don't do regime change from the air. No strategy can't be done from the air. That was the expert consensus over the weekend. Then on Sunday, President Trump sat down with The Atlantic and said this about the Iranians. They want to talk, and I've agreed to talk, so I will be talking to them. They should have done it sooner. They waited too long. Iran's new leadership called Washington, not London, and Trump answered. Now, the left is denouncing the strike. The neocons are worried Trump won't manage it correctly, and everyone is arguing about whether it will succeed, all assuming the same thing about what success means. What none of them understand is that the president's policy is a rejection of more than 100 years of geopolitics, what's known as the Great Game. And key operatives of that Great Game, like former Prince Andrew, are now on the chopping block, and that is not a coincidence. I'm Susan Kokinda, and I've been tracking how British geopolitics has subverted American foreign policy for over a century.
How British has subverted American interests. Remember what we talked about. This is what you asked for. #1 podcast on YouTube.
That is until now. So if you want to follow this fight, please hit the like, subscribe, and share buttons so we
double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Let's get this going.
Why the president's strategy is leaving the neocons and the British on the sideline. Second, how the Iran strike has cracked the special relationship wide open and in public. And third, how the men who personally ran the inside of the special relationship are now under arrest. The end of geopolitics is the thread running through all of this. So let's be precise about what Bolton actually said.
The end of geopolitics is the thread running through all of this. How much do y'all love me, man? How much do y'all love me, man? It's one thing. I said MAGA knows the climate. We've been above the fold. Hashtag above the fold. This podcast is not for like this is not for points, man. We ain't doing this for points. Above the fold is what I said. Perfect time of podcast, above the fold. Double tap at the like button, man. And we were first. Put a W in the chat and tap yourself on the back because you and I in this chat, we were first, you guys. We were first.
The Politico reporter asked Bolton, do you think the president and his team have fully considered all the consequences? And Bolton said, it would be different from his normal behavior, to say the least, because he doesn't particularly think strategically. He can swing wildly on a given issue in the course of the day, and he's obviously swung all the way from where he was in the first term to regime change, and he could swing back. But Bolton's fear isn't that Trump acted. His fear is that Trump might not finish the job on Bolton's terms. Because what he means by strategic thinking is committing the U.S. to a fully managed regime change architecture. Transition teams, Western-approved successor networks, in other words, replace one controlled regime with another. And Trump is not using that playbook. Now, here's Ann Applebaum, who's got one of the most severe cases of TDS, writing in The Atlantic on the same weekend. Trump has no plan for the Iranian people. Now, apparently, Ann didn't read what her own publication was about to print. because the man she said had no plan had already agreed to talk to Tehran. So one of the flagship journals of the foreign policy establishment ran both pieces in the same weekend. That tells you everything about the state of expert opinion right now.
Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. #1 podcast. Hit the like button, y'all.
Then along came Bronwyn Maddox, the director of Chatham House. You don't do regime change from the air. Chatham House has enthusiastically justified every regime change, from Libya, Syria, Iraq to Ukraine, never once worrying about whether it could be done from the air. Their concern isn't that regime change will fail. Their concern is that it's being done without them, without their opposition networks and their transition governments. Bolton, Applebaum, Chatham House, they're all standing outside the room, and they can't even find the door. The old players are gone. The Bolton regime change architecture doesn't apply to a leadership that wasn't part of the old game. Iran's new leadership is calling Washington because Washington is the only party that actually changed anything.
So this is why I gave you the Shia and Sunni breakdown. And the Shia and Sunni, this is why we talked about the Shah of Iran. How many people are old enough in the chat to remember the Shah of Iran? It's very important with geopolitics, how we got here. When I was young, they had a Shah, the Shah of Iran, and they had inflation and people were upset and people were poor. If you listen to this, and when she says the old players are out, how did the Shah get installed? Who were the old players? Anybody know about the Ohio players? Who were the old players? I said to you today in my breakdown, in my timeline, that the UK and the CIA were the ones who took over and installed the Shah in 1953. Is that right? Huh? So my audience skews a little bit older. I know my audience knows about the Shah of Iran. Some of the younger people are learning about this conflict first from here, from our audience. Thank you. I love you, all of everybody, all of my people, my supporters in the chat. They're learning from us. They're learning these truths from us. They're learning about NATO not being an ally from us. They're learning about the Shah of Iran from us. When she says the old players are no longer in the room, she is referring to the individuals who installed the Shah of Iran, who are still alive and still part of the deep state. And Trump is anti-deep state, clean up the swamp. The individuals who worked in the CIA, the very same motherfuckers, Bolton, the very same motherfuckers, Bolton, who are in the CIA and work with the UK to install the Shah of Iran and create instability, are the same motherfuckers she is referring to when she says they are out. They are not involved in this because we do not want a Shia regime in Iran. We don't want the Shia to elect a brand new supreme leader. Did y'all know that we bombed them? They were trying to elect a brand new supreme leader. Did y'all know we blew their ass up? Just to give some context, #1 podcast on YouTube.
The British have played the great game in the shadows for over 100 years. Now it's in the open and it's being stymied. So if you want to understand how this is unfolding, subscribe to Promethean Action's free newsletter. The link is below. Now let's talk about what the Iran strike did to the so-called special relationship, because this is where over 100 years of British manipulation of American policy is shattering right out in the open. When the strikes began on Saturday, Britain's position was extraordinary. The UK was informed Friday afternoon, not included. Starmer refused to let the US use the British bases in Diego Garcia or in Britain itself. Britain refused not because it developed a conscience about international law. It refused because it's no longer running the table.
Y'all hear this? So as we have speculated about NATO support, so when we were earlier, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm not one of those podcasters who like to lie and bullshit. Earlier, I gave my arguments for why I said fuck NATO. I did not know what Starmer did. I knew about the Danish prime minister. I knew about Macron. I knew about Pedro Dirty Sanchez in Spain. I did not know that Trump went to NATO and EU for support, ally support in this Iranian strike, and the EU said no and NATO said no. This changes everything. It does make our arguments right, but fuck being right sometimes. This is scary about when we talk about geo in a global conflict. It matters where we stand with NATO. Like, but this is the same thing that's holding up the Ukraine-Russia peace talks. I hope you guys understand that we would have peace in Russia already, that we would have ended this Ukraine shit already. NATO and Europe is the one holding up the peace. Do y'all understand what's going on in the globe right now? And those people were with Biden. Kamala Harris is the one who stoked the flames. Kamala Harris and Biden was with NATO and with the people who want to have this conflict in Ukraine. NATO and Europe, Macron, and the people that she just mentioned want the conflict in the Ukraine. The reason we don't have peace is because Macron and just the other day, the Ukraine attacked Russian oil facilities. They are now taking their orders from France. They believe they will have access to the EU, and Putin has said from day one, Ukraine cannot be part of EU. Why? Because just like we said, Iran cannot have nukes. Putin has said the Ukraine cannot be part of NATO because the Ukraine cannot be nuclear, because that's his back door. It's the same logic. If we can understand why Iran can't have nukes, why Germany can't have an army, why Japan can't have an army, then you got to understand why Putin doesn't want the Ukraine to be part of NATO. He doesn't want nukes, a NATO base in his fucking back door in fucking Ukraine. That was understandable for me. But Kamala Harris went to Munich Security Council and said, NATO, Ukraine has a right and a desire to be part of NATO. Next thing you know, Putin is fucking invading Ukraine. Shut the fuck up, Kamala Harris. Sit the fuck down, Kamala. Ukraine has a right. And then last week, Hillary Clinton is in Munich talking about give the Ukraine Tomahawk missiles. So this is the first time I'm hearing about how much lack of support we've had from Europe. I gave my argument. I gave my argument why NATO was bullshit. But now we just learned even more how they're not our allies. This is so powerful and deep. Number one podcast. Listen to this again. Listen to this again.
Architecture doesn't apply to a leadership that wasn't part of the old game. Iran's new leadership is calling Washington because Washington is the only party that actually changed anything. The British have played the great game in the shadows for over 100 years. Now it's in the open and it's being stymied. So if you want to understand how this is unfolding, subscribe to Promethean Action's free newsletter. The link is below. Now let's talk about what the Iran strike did to the so-called special relationship, because this is where over 100 years of British manipulation of American policy is shattering right out in the open. When the strikes began on Saturday, Britain's position was extraordinary. The UK was informed Friday afternoon, not included. Starmer refused to let the US use the British bases in Diego Garcia or in Britain itself. Britain refused not because it developed a conscience about international law. It refused because it's no longer running the table. And the British press admitted that it is the end of the game for the special relationship, with a headline that read, Starmer faces greater quandary over special relationship after Iran attack. And that article pointed out that Starmer appears to have had little influence on Trump, who went ahead regardless. Now, a conservative British channel put it even more bluntly in terms of the damage that's been done to the special relationship.
What are the implications, Piers Pottinger, for the special relationship in the context of Starmer's refusal to help?
I don't know, but I
don't think the Americans will forget.
No, I don't think so. And I think Trump will be, if indeed it's true that he wanted to use our bases and we didn't allow him, I think he will not forget that or forgive it.
But it wasn't just Britain. France, Germany, and the UK issued a joint statement clarifying first and foremost they did not participate in the strikes. Not a statement of strategy, a statement of absence. And the best the European Union could manage was Ursula von der Leyen sending a message to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And here's what she said. As our strategic partner, we will work closely with you to de-escalate and safeguard regional stability. You can count on our full support in these turbulent times. The European Union Gulf Cooperation Council partnership will only get stronger in the period ahead. Now, the responses to this on X were brutal. One commentator appropriately rephrased it, quote, "In other words, Trump won't take my call, and we have no clue what's going on." That's exactly right. And the statesman drilled down on the same point.
It's like NATO was falling apart. Like we speculated a lot when we came in today. I said Macron, look at Macron, bitch ass. France, Germany, UK condemn Iranian realities. This is the crumbling. This is, it's one thing to be right, but God, dog, I don't know, you guys, help me out. I don't know how I'm doing right now with this information. It's one thing to be right. It's another thing to really come to this understanding of where we are globally, right? Like before, when we've had this conversation, when I talked about NATO before, it was Venezuela and Greenland. The climate is different now with Iran, and now Europe. It's almost like they're pulling the rug out from underneath us at the time when we need them the most. No, we won't forget this. No, Americans won't forget this. MAGA Republicans will not allow you to forget this. We will not forget this, because this is the time when it counts the most. It's one thing for us to be correct, right, about NATO. That was easy. The writing was on the wall. It's another thing for NATO to do this now. You guys agree? It's another thing for NATO to do this now. So yeah, we could be correct about a NATO crumbling, but it's fucked up that this is happening now and they're choosing to not support us now in this effort. That says a lot. After 300 billion, think about what I'm arguing today. After 300 billion to the Ukraine to protect them and watch their back. 300 billion to the Ukraine to protect them and watch their back. 300 billion to the Ukraine, Tomahawk missiles, Azov battalion, the proliferation of Nazis to protect them and watch their back. It's one thing that we write, it's another thing that this is happening now. This is some real shit. This is some real shit. France, Germany, UK condemn Iranian retaliatory strikes. Add to that Spain, and what you have is NATO basically backing away from America.
Absence. And the best the European Union could manage was Ursula von der Leyen sending a message to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And here's what she said. As our strategic partner, we will work closely with you to de-escalate and safeguard regional stability. You can count on our full support in these turbulent times. The European Union Gulf Cooperation Council partnership will only get stronger in the period ahead. Now, the responses to this on X were brutal. One commentator appropriately rephrased it, quote, "In other words, Trump won't take my call, and we have no clue what's going on." That's exactly right. And the statesman drilled down on the same point. The Iran war makes it official. America is breaking with Europe. So the special relationship is cracking in public. When Tehran calls, it calls Washington.
America is breaking with Europe. Fuck, breaking news. Breaking news. Let me put a banner up. I'm putting a fucking banner up. America is that right, or is Europe breaking with America? America is breaking with EU. Fucking breaking news, man. Breaking fucking news. Now, we said this. Holy smoly.
In the period ahead. Now, the responses to this on X were brutal. One commentator appropriately rephrased it, quote, "In other words, Trump won't take my call, and we have no clue what's going on." That's exactly right. And the statesman drilled down on the same point. The Iran war makes it official. America is breaking with Europe. So the special relationship is cracking in public. When Tehran calls, it calls Washington, not London.
Wow.
And the question worth asking is, how did that special relationship actually work? Not the photo ops and the state visits. What was the real mechanism? Part of the answer is former Prince Andrew. Let's go back to 2008 when the British were still happily directing.
The British are coming. The British are coming. Double tap at the like button. Epstein rears his ugly nose. Stay in tune because we're going to get to Hillary Clinton spazzing out at the Epstein testify. Prince Andrew, Epstein filed. Hey, man, y'all don't know, man. Epstein was a big dog, man. I'm telling you, they was distracting you with the sex in the island. Epstein was a handler. Epstein, the sex parties, that was just the icing on the cake. We talking about a 7-layer cake. Jeffrey Epstein is a 7-layer cake. And they want you to focus on the icing. Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking idol and the kingmaker. He worked for the people running the world, the 1,000-year families, man. Remember how they broke it down? Tucker just broke the shit down, man. It's y'all think the president run the world, but it's actually 2 more layers above, 3 more layers. So the way they explain it is you got the president and the kings and shit, and then above them is the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, right? And then above the Jeffrey Epsteins is the 1,000-year-old families who Kanye West told us about, who really run the world, right? The 1,000-year-old families, Saudis, oil, UAE, Abu Dhabi, Denali Lobby, the 1,000-year-old families, Vatican, 1,000-year-old families, they run the world. And then they use Jeffrey Epstein's to do their bidding. I said, y'all, some of y'all knew, 2 brand new members, 10 brand new members, double tap at the like button. When I did my Jeffrey Epstein story, I said, man, I'm not focusing on the sex because I knew what they were doing with Sean Diddy Combs. I said, I went to Jeffrey Epstein's donations. I said, how is Jeffrey Epstein staying free and having power? And Jasmine Crockett made that huge mistake by saying the Republicans donated to Jeffrey Epstein. Someone did a fact check. And what they found is that the IRS reports from the Congress and the Senate donation, so Jeffrey Epstein didn't donate to no Republicans. It would be a list. Jeffrey Epstein only donated to Democrats. And he helped Democrats over 50 years become president, Congress, and senator. He donated it to the Democratic Senate. He donated to the DNC, Stacey Plaskett, Chuck Schumer. Who's the guy that ran for president? Who's that guy? Man, all these motherfuckers. What I said to my wife is, the people in the electoral college are secret. You don't know who the electoral college is. So someone chose Kamala Harris and said Biden can't run. Someone is in the electoral college that you don't know who it is. There are people like Jeffrey Epstein that pick the winners and pick the losers. And they want you to focus on sex and an island and sex parties. When Jeffrey Epstein got his orders from the 1,000-year-old families, and they want to pick the leaders to make sure the world runs in a certain way to keep them in power, like the Hunger Games, And you have this illusion. When you vote for president. You have this illusion. But Jeffrey Epstein, Stacey Plaskett told Jeffrey Epstein, thank you. Like Jeffrey Epstein was the boss. Like Jeffrey Epstein is above the government. Like Jeffrey Epstein is above the government. Why would a sitting congresswoman call Jeffrey Epstein after she illegally had him on the phone during the investigation? Why would she, after that, call him and say, thank you? Like he's the boss. You're a congresswoman. The way people think that there is no one above you, right? You don't take orders from someone. There's no puppet pulling the string of our Congress people, are there? There's nobody behind the president pulling the strings of the president, is there? Well, we come to find out, well, if it's a Democrat, there's someone called Jeffrey Epstein pulling the strings. And Stacey Plaskett never had sex in the island, but Jeffrey Epstein did pay for her campaign. Jeffrey Epstein did pay for her campaign and made sure she became elected in the Virgin Islands, and she allowed Jeffrey Epstein to purchase another island after being on the sex offender list. Jeffrey Epstein was allowed back to his private plane and back on a private island, and Stacey Plaskett allowed him to purchase another island while being a registered sex offender. Can you fucking believe that? And they want you to focus on a sex party and little white girls having sex. No black girls. No minority girls. They want you to focus on these little white girls and feel sorry for these little white girls who partying with these billionaires. And they want you to believe that they were underage and they didn't want to be there. Because in order for you to get mad that the rich billionaires is partying with young white girls, you got to believe that they were underage and they didn't want to be there, even though they billionaires. Even though they're billionaires on a private island, they want you to believe that a billionaire has to force a young white girl to come party on his island and have sex. They want you to believe a billionaire when a broke person like me can go on vacation and get some young white girl to have sex on the beach. But they want you to believe that a billionaire has to go get young white girls who don't know what they're doing, who don't want to have that. Does that make sense to anybody, that a billionaire with his own private island can't find some pretty white girls to come have sex with him on his beach? But they want you to focus on that and not focus on Stacey Plaskett allowing him to purchase another island. They don't want you to focus on Barack Obama allowing him to leave jail every day. Barack Obama allowing him to leave his incarceration 9 months early. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton allowing him access to a private plane and a private island while being on the sex offender list. Who the fuck has that kind of influence? And it's nothing to do with these parties. That was the cream. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the 1,000-year-old families, and he was above the DNC. Do you guys understand that there's someone above the DNC? They picked Kamala. They fired Biden. There is someone above the DNC. It's a cold game, right? It's a cold game, right? They want you to focus on the sex parties, and people have gone crazy with the Epstein files in the last 2 years. And that's why you won't get no change in the deep state. This is why you don't have no change in the deep state, because you won't focus on the actual deep state and how Jeffrey Epstein was an architect and a leader of the deep state. Because all you want is to look at some sex video. You are so freaky, you are so perverted that you want to see some type of sexual video from the Jeffrey Epstein island instead of understanding how Jeffrey Epstein is the deep state. When Trump said cleaning up the swamp, that is Jeffrey Epstein and everyone like a spider web that he is connected to. You don't want to do that. The Democrats keep saying the victims, these white ladies, these white women who were on an island with a billionaire. That's what the Democrats want to distract you to. The victims, these white women didn't want to be there. Really? Why are you wanting us to focus on these white women and tell us they were underage and they didn't want to be here? Because they don't want you to look at, it's like look over here, don't look over here. That's what they did. 6'7". Look over here. Don't pay attention over here. Look over here at these white women. They victims. Pam Bondi, apologize to these white women. As I watched that shit, I was like, why do Pam Bondi need to apologize? Why? Pam Bondi is a white woman. Pam Bondi is not a white male billionaire who likes to have sex with young white girls. Why would a white woman, why would the Democrats, and the next day they had a field day on X, why did the Democrats beat up on a woman and think it was okay to crucify a woman who never sexually assaulted anybody and not point the finger at the white men who do this all day, every day. Instead, they wanted to attack Pam Bondi and say, Pam Bondi, apologize to these white women. You don't want to apologize to the victims, Pam Bondi. Look at these white women. Look at these poor white women. Apologize, Pam Bondi. For what? The issue is not with white women. That was the most perverted thing. That's how sick the Democrats are. They want to ask a woman to apologize to other women who supposedly have been offended by white men. That don't make no motherfucking sense. That was a Jeffrey Epstein tangent. Let's get back to the video. That was a Jeffrey Epstein tangent, man, because I was just talking about they bringing up Prince Andrews and how this shit is all connected and how you don't understand. This motherfucker, man, was connected, man. This motherfucker was connected, man.
Not London. And the question worth asking is, how did that special relationship actually work? Not the photo ops and the state visits. What was the real mechanism? Part of the answer is former Prince Andrew. Let's go back to 2008 when the British were still happily directing American foreign policy. Andrew, then Britain's special representative for international trade, sat down in Kyrgyzstan with a room that included businessmen, government officials, and the American ambassador. The American ambassador wrote it all down in a cable, later published by WikiLeaks. And she told people that what Andrew told the room with astonishing frankness was the following. The United Kingdom, Western Europe, and by extension, you Americans too are now back in the thick of playing the great game. And this time we aim to win. He wasn't being metaphorical. He was describing it to an American diplomat on the record, the actual operating framework of British foreign policy. Not the public version dressed up in democracy and human rights, but the real version in his official capacity as Britain's trade representative. Now Andrew's been arrested, the first royal arrest in centuries, on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The Epstein files contain evidence he was passing confidential trade reports into Epstein's networks. So the man who bragged about winning the great game was running British strategic intelligence through Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, wait a minute. So it wasn't about a little girl sex party? Wait a minute. It wasn't about little white girls having sex? I thought it was about little white girls having sex. It wasn't about white girls having sex? Oh, okay. It's about the deep state and the swamp and these motherfuckers who run everything. But they told us that we need to be afraid, and, you know, they make white women, they infantilize white women. Like white women are these babies that need to be taken care of, and they don't know when a person is a billionaire pervert. Oh, it was a white girl, so she didn't know. She was being pimped out. Bullshit. Stop doing that to white women. Stop infantilizing white women. And no one's talked about that aspect of the Jeffrey Epstein files, that in order to get angry, you have to infantilize white women and believe white women have an inability to protect themselves. They have this childish intellect and they don't know when a man is trying to buy some pussy, even though they had a pussy their whole life. Y'all see how this shit work? Y'all see how this shit work? Huh? They show, how many times did they show that picture of Prince Andrew hugged up with that white girl? How many times did they show that picture of Prince Andrew hugged up with that white girl? Trying to get you upset, trying to create sympathy, and it never was about that. It never was about that. That was to distract you. That worked for almost 10, 20 years. That photograph distracted you from what they really were doing. With Prince Andrew and Epstein, what really were doing, that photo, that's why they giggled about the photo. You guys were hyper-focused on Prince Andrew, on whether or not that girl was 18 or not. To this day, We don't know if that hasn't been proven that girl was underage. But it didn't fucking matter. It didn't fucking matter. Because that photo is like I told you about the whole Epstein. The whole sex shit is to distract you from what and who he really was and what he was really doing. It's not about who he was fucking. Think about all of us older people. My mother used to say that. Please, if you're older like me, you have to understand it's not about who Jeffrey Epstein was fucking. Straight up. Straight up. That's how the OGs would say it. That's how my mama would say it. It's not about who Jeffrey Epstein was fucking. I hope you understand that. That's the one thing you should understand. Damn, it's a hell of a podcast. Damn, man, this show right here got to go in the books, man, for one of the best shows, y'all. Damn, it's a hell of a podcast.
Democracy and human rights, but the real version in his official capacity as Britain's trade representative. Now Andrew's been arrested, the first royal arrest in centuries, on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The Epstein files contain evidence he was passing confidential trade reports into Epstein's networks. So the man who bragged about winning the great game was running British strategic intelligence through Jeffrey Epstein. That is not a personal scandal. That is the operating method of the imperial apparatus, now on public record. And shortly after Andrew's arrest came the arrest of Lord Peter Mandelson, who had been appointed by Starmer as Britain's ambassador to Washington, sent to manage the special relationship at the very moment Trump came in for his second term. The Epstein files show that Mandelson was passing advanced knowledge of British financial policy into the same networks. So the geopolitical operative and the financial operative, both out on bail, arrested, both exposed at the same moment the apparatus itself is being dismantled. The Iran strike ended the special relationship, and it's out in the open. Britain is sidelined. Europe is issuing statements of absence. Tehran is calling Washington. And simultaneously, the men who ran the real special relationship, Andrew running the geopolitical side, Mandelson running the financial intelligence, are on the chopping block, taken off the board together. This is not a coincidence. This is the end of geopolitics. Now, ending an entrenched system is not easy, and it is dangerous. That is why you have to stay focused and on the stage of history. So join Promethean Action so that we can see this through to the end. This has been your Monday Brief.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Man. How y'all like me now, man? How y'all like me now, man? We going to fuck in, man. What a great ass show, man. What a great ass show. How great is Trump, man? How great is Trump, man? How great is Trump? Shut down Spain. Fuck Spain. Shut down Spain. I love it. I love it. Let me see this right here. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap, hit the like button. Here it is. Breaking Spain's MEP Irene Montero, like the Jeep, because no one stopped the genocide in Gaza. The United States and Israel are now targeting Venezuela and Iran. We must isolate the U.S. and Israel now so they can no longer spread terror across the globe. Now the U.S. are the terrorists. Now the U.S. are the terrorists. Double tap, hit the like button. You can't make this shit up. According to Spain, now the U.S. are the terrorists, right? Huh? Now the U.S. are the terrorists. Here go Trump again on Spain.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been Very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay? Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott,
Right.
cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership.
Facts. Donald Trump on Spain, and y'all just heard the breakdown. Spain saying we must isolate U.S. and Israel now. They can no longer spread terror across the globe. Spain now is saying this is Irene Montero, Spain's MEP, calling the United States terrorists. Calling the United States terrorists. This is the video I played yesterday of the Spain's prime minister saying that he stands with EU. Trump did not get congressional approval. What Trump did by invading Iran is illegal.
Hoy, más que nunca, es imprescindible recordar que se puede estar contra un régimen odioso, como está el conjunto de la sociedad española, como es el régimen iraní, y estar a la vez en contra de una intervención militar injustificada, peligrosa y fuera de la legalidad internacional. Que se debe estar contra una guerra iniciada sin autorización del Congreso de Estados Unidos, del Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones Unidas y, como he dicho antes, que vulnera el derecho internacional. Y que siempre hay espacio para una solución negociada, en lugar de dejarse arrastrar por la devastación de las armas como única salida posible. Por eso me gustaría de nuevo, como hemos hecho desde el principio, apelar a la desescalada inmediata, al pleno respeto al derecho internacional en todos los conflictos que estamos, por desgracia, sufriendo y la urgencia de retomar el diálogo cuanto antes. Ahí es donde va a estar España y ahí es donde yo creo que debe estar el conjunto de la Unión Europea. Hoy.
Lastly, España is with the European Union. And then Trump response to that is fuck Spain. We don't want nothing to do with Spain. Fuck Spain. And I say you can't say fuck Spain without saying fuck NATO. And I believe that's what's happening. Then I just played that video where the breakdown basically is that podcast was saying the same thing. Podcast was saying the same thing, that this is not just the breakdown of the relationship between us and Spain. This is a breakdown between us and the special special relationship. Here it is again. Breaking. President Trump has just announced that the United States has completely cut off all trade with Spain after leftist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez refuses to support the United States and allow American forces to use their military bases. That's special relationship breaking down. Special relationship breaking down. Both of these guys, Britain and Spain, need elections ASAP. No, America just needs to recognize that these individuals right here are not our allies, right? These individuals right here are not your allies, and they both told Trump no, and they are not standing with us in these efforts against the Ukraine, right? They are not standing with us in these efforts against the Ukraine.
Condemnation at this stage.
We have been very clear concerning the regime in Iran. We have condemned every single human rights violation and the brutality of the Iranian regime against its people. We have condemned the unjustified attacks of Iran to basically every country in the Middle East. But we want military actions always under the United Nations Charter and under collective effort. When we don't see that, Spain raised up its voice to signal that that's not the right way to go.
Minister, do you assess that you are taking a different position from France, Germany,
and the United Kingdom. I mean, on the subject of France and Germany, does that matter that European EU voices are on a different page?
We think that every country has the right to make its own analysis and its own foreign policy, but we think that Spain and the European Union and Europe must be a voice that establishes a balance, that talks about de-escalation, that talks about protecting and defending international law.
Remember I said they got the same speechwriter, it's the same talking points. Here how he says Spain and Europe must be on the same page, leaving out America. That they're creating a new union now that they've seen America go after Venezuela, Greenland, and now Ireland. They are saying Spain and EU. This is the same thing the Prime Minister of Denmark said, that they need the EU and EU countries. Why do we spend $300 billion in Ukraine?
Policy, but we think that Spain and the European Union and Europe must be a voice that establishes a balance, that talks about de-escalation.
So juxtaposed to America, they said they want to be a balance to America, not allies, as if Spain could fucking help us anyway. What the fuck could Spain do to fucking help us anyway?
That talks about protecting and defending international law. That a world that is based on predictable rules, it's better than a world in which the force is the only rule. That's where Spain stands, and there is where we think Europe must stand.
Put a one in the chat. Is NATO done? Put a one in the chat. Is NATO done? I think NATO was done, man.
Why take a stance?
NATO was done, man. NATO was done, man.
Dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
Cut off all trade to Spain. We don't want to have nothing to do with Spain. Iran. What is this right here? This is people celebrating. Meanwhile, Spain, go fuck yourself. Stay connected. I think that's Bad Bunny. We will cut all trade ties with Spain if they don't let us use their bases. Go fuck yourself. Spain showed more courage than the 190. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Where are we going next, y'all? Fulton County. Clinton's testify. Mrs. Perfect Timing calling in. Oh, fuck. I didn't put the clothes in the dryer. But hey, I didn't put the clothes in the dryer. I was fucking preoccupied trying to. I didn't put the clothes in the dryer. Man. God bless you and your wife, brother. God bless you and your wife, brother. I didn't put the clothes in the dryer. Let's go to Fulton County because that's one of my favorite topics. Is the election fraud in Fulton County? How Trump actually won the election, and it kind of makes sense because people like me, we weren't allowed to even talk about the 2020 election. I could have got you. You could have lost your channel for bringing up the 2020 election. Did y'all know that? We were not allowed to talk about the 2020 election. And that kind of makes sense because if you want to, if Biden won, why was it like so taboo to talk about it, right? So a lot's been happening. When I first reported, Fannie Willis got removed from the case. Fannie Willis was fucking co-counsel. We followed the Fannie Willis story the whole way. Fannie Willis was fucking co-counsel, paid co-counsel millions of dollars, and co-counsel just happened to be a married man. So Fannie Willis had a RICO case against Donald Trump. Fannie Willis had a RICO case against Donald Trump. There was alleged rumors that Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade, her lover, her married lover, met with Kamala Harris at the White House. There's a record of that meeting, but we can't say for sure. Fannie Willis, DA of Fulton County, had a RICO case against Donald Trump. In that RICO case, she hired a Nathan Wade as her co-counsel to prosecute Donald Trump in this RICO. Nathan Wade had never been on a RICO, on a criminal. He was a municipal court judge. He had never been on a RICO felony prosecution. Fannie Willis hired him as a lead, paid him millions of dollars. People speculated as to why, just like the Harvard vice president, why would Fannie Willis give someone this job who wasn't qualified and pay them millions of dollars? We later came to find out that she was having sex with Mr. Nathan Wade. We later come to find out that from Nathan Wade's on divorce proceedings, this is how we even found this out. Nathan Wade was going through a divorce for over 10 years. Nathan Wade had an estranged wife in Texas and children and a house who he still had sex with. Nathan Wade was going through a divorce. He did not want to divorce his married wife who he was still having sex with. Even though he was fucking Fannie Willis, he was fucking them both. Nathan Wade was going through a divorce because his wife finally got tired of being the other woman and she wanted to be the wife because he was fucking them both. During the divorce proceedings, Nathan Wade, actual wife he's married to legally under the God and Constitution and Bible, came out and told the judge that my husband is fucking the DA of Fulton County. Did you guys know that? Fannie Willis lost her RICO prosecution. Nathan Wade lost his $1 million salary all because he couldn't keep his dick in his pants, and his wife, who he was divorcing for 10 years, they had been in divorce proceedings, finally came out and spilled the beans in court. So it became public record that Nathan Wade was allegedly fucking Fannie Willis while he was still married. Fannie Willis refused to admit that she was fucking Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade refused to admit that he was fucking Fannie Willis. They only admitted under oath when phone records were subpoenaed, and they found that there were thousands. I did the story, over 1,200 texts and hours of voicemail where they no longer could deny an intimate sexual relationship, vacations, receipts that Fannie Willis had paid to go on vacations with Nathan Wade with the money that she had got from Fulton County. Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade finally admitted under oath that they was fucking. They were forced to admit. Fannie Willis was removed from the case. The RICO case was fired. The RICO case was dismissed. They were still in the election. At the same time as they were doing this, They stopped counting the votes in the middle of the night. They said it was a water leak. They said it was a water leak. They stopped counting the votes. Trump was ahead by in all the swing states, Trump was ahead. They said we got to stop counting the votes, and we woke up in the morning and Trump lost. And Fannie Willis tried to prosecute Trump with a RICO. Come to find out, Fulton County has 695,000 ballots in question. So they were raided by Tulsi Gabbard, and Tulsi Gabbard said she's going to put people in jail, including Barack Obama. Let's watch it again.
It is time for the state of Georgia and its election board to do what we called for and allowed for in Senate Bill 202 and appoint a new election supervisor for Fulton County. Why? If we put aside everything that happened in 2020 for a second, if we ignore the double scan ballots, if we ignore the missing ballot images, if we ignore all of the violations in law that happened in Fulton in 2020, and we look at what happened in 2024 and 2026, there is still more than enough reason and more than enough violations of Georgia state law to initiate the takeover. At the end of early voting in 2024, Fulton County announced that they would continue taking ballots. And myself and a number of senators drove down over the weekend after early voting had ended and watched Fulton County refuse to allow the state-required election observers into the room where they were accepting ballots in direct violation of Georgia law. Secondly, I recently traveled around Fulton County and visited a number of locations where citizens are still registered to vote. We assume they're citizens, are still registered to vote in illegal locations all over Fulton County. Dozens of people registered to vote at UPS stores, empty parking lots, abandoned buildings, homeless shelters that have been closed for a decade, all in violation of Georgia law. But lest you believe that Fulton County is a fair arbiter in the way that they conduct their elections, I would lastly point you to the partisan makeup of their election board. You see, under Georgia law, counties are required to have Democrat members of local election boards and Republican members of election boards. And in Fulton County, the way their election board is supposed to be structured is one individual appointed by the chairman of the Board of the County Commissioners, which I think we could safely assume we could say would be a Democrat, 2 members appointed by the local Democrat Party, and 2 members appointed by the Republican Party. That's the rule, that's the law, but Fulton County doesn't care about rules and laws. Fulton County likes to make it up as they go along. So since summer of last year, Fulton County has refused to seat and confirm the nomination of one of the Republican nominees to the Fulton County Election Board.
Wow.
They have been ordered to do so by judges multiple times. They have been fined $10,000 a day.
Wow.
But Fulton County, they don't care about the rules and the laws. They still refuse to seat the Republican individual to the state election board. They have now gone to court to fight the plain reading of the law simply because they don't like who the Republicans appointed. Mr. President, we've seen the shenanigans of 2020. We've seen broken laws in 2024. We've seen gross negligence in the maintenance of the voter rolls. And unfortunately, it is now time for the state election board to step up and step in and begin the process of replacing the election superintendent in Fulton County.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that we should replace the election superintendent in Fulton County. If you agree, we got the fraud and corruption in Fulton County. Do you agree we need to replace them? We got the fraud and corruption in Fulton County. Breaking it down right now. Double tap, hit the like button. Fraud and corruption in Fulton County. Where we at? Fraud and corruption in Fulton County. Fannie Willis sleeping with a married man. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Democrats tried to cheat our elections. this is all a plan for the Democrats to cheat in our elections. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me bring up this other one. Let's bring up this other one. Democrats trying to cheat in our elections. Double tap, hit the like button.
ICE should be deployed at the polls in the next election. Will you rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places this November?
There are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. And
I'm glad to hear that, but would you rule it out? Would you say it will not happen?
do you plan on illegal aliens voting in our elections, Senator?
I do not. In
Okay,
fact,
then
the
there should
Heritage
be-
Got him.
Foundation recently concluded that over a 20-year period where they reviewed hundreds of millions, billions of voting cases, they found only a small handful of actual cases of illegals voting. So I'm concerned by your rebuttal, which suggests you may be unfamiliar with 18 U.S.C. Section 592. Are you familiar with this federal statute that relates to sending armed men to polling places?
There are no plans to send any of our law enforcement officers to
But
polling
Madam Secretary,
locations,
you're
sir.
clear it would
There
be
have
a
been
federal
illegal
crime
aliens.
for you to do so.
There are illegal aliens that have voted, and it's been proven in the past in certain cases in certain states. We provide a program to states. I think we have 27 different states that utilize our SAVE program now.
That's right. Save Act. Double tap, Save Act. Hashtag. I don't see nothing wrong with making sure that nobody who's not an American citizen doesn't vote, right? This is easy layups. These is layups, party people. The Democrats be missing layups. Absolute layups. 695,000 votes in question in Fulton County. Did y'all see this video where they admit to the fraud in Fulton County? Yeah, man, they need to let Giuliani out of jail, man, for all the shit that Fulton County did, man. Breaking news, Fulton County admits 315,000 2020 votes lacked required poll worker signatures, a major rule violation. Republicans demand restitution for Giuliani. Double tap, hit the like button. Did you know? Did you know? This is what led up to the raid. This is why Tulsi Gabbard is there and they took those 700 boxes.
I've not seen the tapes myself, but we do not dispute that the tapes were not signed. It was a violation of the rule.
We do not dispute that the tapes were not signed and there was a violation of the rule. Make sure you listen. This is Fulton County, head of the election board, on the 315,000 votes, and it is law.
I've not seen the tapes myself, but we do not dispute that the tapes were not signed. It was a violation of the rule. Since 2020, again, we have new leadership and a new building and a new board and new standard operating procedures. And since then, the training has been enhanced. The poll watchers are trained specifically. They've got to sign the tapes in the morning and they've got to sign the tapes when they're run at the end of the day. When the tapes come back to the hub for, with all the documentation, they are checked again. And if somebody forgot to sign a tape, then Fulton initiates an investigation. But we don't dispute the allegation.
They don't dispute the allegation, ladies and gentlemen. 315, but that's not it. There was also 390, almost 400,000 votes with no images, right? With no images.
Jump into. And I think I caught them in a pretty interesting predicament. I think they lied in this filing. Right here, they're talking about the missing ballots during the recount. They say, according to the affidavit, quote, on the day of the deadline to report the recount results, Fulton County reported a recount totaling 511,000 ballots, 17,434 fewer than the original counted. The following day, Fulton County then reported a total of 527,000 ballots counted. This account badly distorts the true sequence of events by omitting the benign explanation provided by the Secretary of State's investigative report. See the Macias Declaration, meaning Ryan Macias.
No, we love Ryan Macias. We're big fans on this show.
Richard Barron, the director of registration and elections at the time of the 2020 election, was emailing Ryan Macias this information.
But oh my gosh, the totals don't match. What are we gonna do about it?
Well, I don't know that he said that, but
That was a paraphrase, not a quote. The assertion by Joe Rossi was that the Baron sent the file to Macias and the file came back and everything magically matched.
correct. So let me read on. It says, as that report explains, the original deadline for the recount was December 2nd, Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020. But Fulton County was unable to finish scanning all of its ballots by that date.
Right.
Okay. Keep that in mind. Unable to finish all of their ballots by that date. Jump down here. The affidavit misleadingly claims that Fulton County reported a total of 511,000 on the day of the deadline. In truth, that number represents the running internal tally of ballots scanned on December 2nd, Wednesday, December 2nd, a date on which it was understood that thousands of ballots had not yet been counted. Fulton County did not report 511,000 or any results to the Secretary of State, quote, on the day of the deadline. Keep all that in mind. So here was Richard Barron, the Director of Elections and Registration and Elections, talking to the Board of Registration and Elections.
Now, with regard to the recount, we concluded that on Wednesday night. We submitted our results, and then yesterday the state allowed us to do reconciliation.
On Wednesday, we submitted our results the day of the deadline. They submitted their results. They didn't submit, hey, we're still counting. No, they submitted their results, and the Secretary of State said back to them, hey, y'all fucked up, reconcile this. So the point is like in that filing, you have them calling the affidavit a lie while telling a lie.
Yeah.
And that's a misrepresentation to the court. And they accuse them
under
of
pain and penalty of perjury, Abby Lowell.
So this is from State Election Board 2023-025. And Ash, read that Fulton County, Georgia tweet right there.
Fulton County, Georgia at Fulton Info. Fulton County has completed the recount of the November 3rd presidential election. Results will be released by the Secretary of State's office, 11:52 p.m., December 2nd, 2020.
So let me jump back over here. In truth, the number represents the running internal tally of ballots scanned by December 2nd, 2020. Fulton County has completed the recount of the November 3rd election, December 2nd, 2020.
Just before midnight.
The running tally. Fulton County did not report any results to the Secretary of State on the day of the deadline.
Wow.
Results will be released by the Secretary of State's office.
So they lied.
Bald-faced lie.
Why are they? Who are they protecting? Is it like Fulton is already totally screwed, so we got to protect Raffy? Can we call him Raffy? I feel like we can call him Raffy.
What y'all think? Put a 1 in the chat. Fulton County. Fraud in Fulton County. Fraud in
But
Fulton.
at one point here, the attorneys and I
fraud. One more again. Fraud in Fulton County.
Now, with regard to the recount, we concluded that on Wednesday night. We submitted our results, and then yesterday the state allowed us to do reconciliation. The results changed. On election night, we were at 528,777. We scanned in 527,925 votes in the recount. Now, with regard to the recount,
Hey, I would like to say that hey in UCE 808, the oil was ours, buddy. And you know what you need to understand too about the oil in Iran and Venezuela is not so much about what you're saying, right? But it's about how long it's going to take. Like you're saying that was the capacity of the oil when it was flowing, right? Now that we did what we did, how long is it's going to take a minute for that oil to get back up to speed, right? And the same thing is in Venezuela. They just now got back to getting some crude out, but they're not at the level that they were before. This oil production has been severely crippled, and it's not going to come back online at the way it was for a long time. China's going to have to think of a new way to get their oil and energy.
In early voting in Fulton County, they capture, images essentially of the ballots, and then those are tabulated and so on. So there's about 148,000 ballots that were counted at that time. Out of the 148,000 ballots that were counted, 132,000 approximately of those ballots did not have the required under Georgia law SHA values. It's a type of digital signature that proves that the images were valid. They're all missing. So out of 148,000 plus ballots, we're missing 132,000.
Can y'all believe that? I don't know who put that music under there, you piece of shit. Why'd you put the music under there like that? Fucking piece of shit.
Elections. We passed a law in 2021 that set the triggers in place for the state election board to take over the elections for a temporary period of time if a county proves they're incapable of following Georgia law. And if there's ever a county that's proven it, it's Fulton County. Today, Fulton County has hundreds of people still on their voter rolls that were born in the year 1900. They have thousands of people registered to vote at illegal voting locations, parking lots, homeless shelters that have been closed for a decade, UPS stores, storage units. It is time for the state to step in before the 2026 general election to ensure that we can have a free and fair election. John, I have called for the state to take
straight up, man. We need to take, that's why Tulsi Gabbard said some women going to get arrested. I believe some women should be arrested. Homicides in Fulton County, Georgia have risen 3 years in a row. During Georgia's 2020 election, with Trump leading by 350,000 votes as 79% counted Democrats shut down swing state counting sites, including Atlanta State Farm Arena in Fulton County, Georgia, and were caught on video pulling concealed suitcases of ballots from underneath tables. Y'all remember that? I talk about that a lot, all the TikTok videos that we saw during that time. Let me see if this got the same music.
They capture, images essentially of the ballots, and then those are tabulated and so on. So there's about 148,000 ballots that were counted at that time. Out of the 148,000 ballots that were counted, 132,000 approximately of those ballots did not have the required under Georgia law SHA values. It's a type of digital signature that proves that the images were valid. They're all missing. So out of 148,000 plus ballots, we're missing 132,000 SHA files. Now, a lot of people say, well, this could have just been a mechanical error or something like this. This is where the criminality comes in. The fact is they had all the ballots there. They know that the system is not capturing the SHA files because it's not capturing the SHA files. I mean, the system is capturing some SHA files.
Double tap hit the like button. Corruption in Fulton County. Corruption in Fulton County. Trump won the 2020 election. Trump won the 2020 election. Trump won the 2020 election.
Place, storage house. And now the Democrats have hired a massive team of lawyers. They have the ballots. That should be no problem, right? They have the ballots. FBI came in and raided. They found plenty of stuff. And now they have the ballots. And the Democrats are fighting like hell. And I think it goes before a judge tomorrow.
Fighting
to not let anybody see the ballots. Why don't they want them to see the ballots after all these years? You know why they don't want? Because they cheated. That's for a judge tomorrow sometime. They don't want them to see the ballot. They've taken the ballots. They have them now. After years, they got an order from the court, signed order from a very respected judge, and now they're trying to stop anybody from looking. You know why? Because they cheated like dogs. Agriculture.
Cheated like dogs. Why don't they just show the ballots? You got the ballots, right? What, baby? Love you too.
They raided the Fulton County place, storage house. And now the Democrats have hired a massive team of lawyers. They have the ballots. That should be no problem, right? They have the ballots. FBI came in and raided. They found plenty of stuff. And now they have the ballots. And the Democrats are fighting like hell, and I think it goes before a judge tomorrow, to not let anybody see the ballots. Why don't they want them to see the ballots after all these years? You know why they don't want? Because they cheated, that's why. They sent top lawyers down from New York to fight it. And I think it goes before a judge tomorrow sometime. They don't want them to see the ballot. They've taken the ballots. They have them now. After years, they got an order from the court, signed order from a very respected judge, and now they're trying to stop anybody from looking. You know why? Because they cheated like dogs. Agriculture.
Cheated like dogs. Bow wow wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Bow wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Bow wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Bow wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yo. Fulton, just doing a dog catcher. Fulton County dog catcher. Just doing a dog. Fulton County is most populous county in Georgia. It has more than 1 million residents. It's a major minority county. The county seat is Atlanta, and it has 700 fewer voting machines in yesterday's election. Double tap, hit the like button. Given out Fulton County, Georgia is in violation of Georgia law and extends time to receive mail-in ballots. Double tap, hit the like.
What's going on in Fulton County, Georgia with the mail-in ballots? It's been the center of controversy for election integrity since 2020, especially since we saw them kick everyone out of the ballot counting center in Fulton County due to a pipe burst that ended up being a leaky toilet, but coincidentally had the voter tabulation shoot up in favor of Biden while no one was counting. We're also in Fulton County. It was discovered that the county had scanned over 3,000 ballots twice. And we can't forget District Attorney Fani Willis and her discredited lover Nathan Wade and their extremely public indictment of President Trump, which led to the famed mugshot. And the court case has conveniently been forgotten by the media news cycle. Whatever happened to that case? Do you even know? Well, that same Fulton County is back at it again. According to Georgia law, all drop boxes shall be closed when the early voting period ends, which for Georgia was officially Friday, November 1st. Shall end on the Friday immediately prior to each primary election or runoff. Fulton County has just decided to keep 4 election offices open for people to hand return absentee ballots through the weekend and Monday. The most Democrat blue county in Georgia that has been nonstop in the center of questionable election integrity is blatantly in violation of Georgia law. The Georgia Republicans responded and will be filing suit to stop this. However, I don't care what excuse Fulton County has for extending their days. The law was written as such to specifically combat and prevent nefarious behavior leading into an election. The deadline was Friday. Shut it down. All right, quick edit after the video. Kamala Harris is in Atlanta this weekend for rallies. I'd be surprised if they weren't collecting ballots at the rallies,
right,
and turning them in at these centers.
Right.
Someone should look into that.
I told you these protests are actually rallies. I like this guy. Double tap. What's the name of his podcast? Y'all check him out, man. This is
what's going on in Fulton County, Georgia.
Shout out to Matt Kim. Shout out to you, Matt Kim. Thank you for doing that good work, man. Thank you for doing that good work. Remember the FBI raided Fulton County, Georgia election headquarters a few weeks back. Let's get into it, man. We talking about Fulton County raid Fulton County election fraud. Did Trump win the 2020 election? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe Trump won the 2020 election. Should the 2020 election be overturned? Put a 1 in the chat. Press 1.
Remember the election office's raid in Fulton County a few weeks ago over their 2020 elections? Well, among the possible threats to elections that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, listed in a letter to Congress about that raid was foreign election interference. Now, this week I've been asking, do we have any evidence of that? On Wednesday in the White House press briefing, I asked Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about this. Last week, we saw the underlying affidavit for the search warrant that was executed in Fulton County, and there was not any mention in that document about foreign election interference in the 2020 election. I'm wondering if DNI Gabbard has uncovered that in Georgia or in Puerto Rico, where we know her team was sent as well.
I don't have any updates for you on that today. I would defer you to the director's office herself.
I reached out to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence after the briefing to ask for more comment. So they pointed us to a lengthy letter that the director wrote to members of Congress about her presence at that Fulton County raid. Gabbard wrote in the letter that the Director of National Intelligence focuses on specific domestic issues like threats to critical infrastructure. Her letter also explicitly says that, quote, to preserve the integrity of our elections, we must understand whether there has been foreign or other malign interference in our elections. She points to the National Security Act that requires her office to maintain a capability to analyze and integrate intelligence on foreign attempts to influence U.S. policy or public opinion. Now, Gabbard says that President Trump asked her to be there in Georgia for this operation. She facilitated a phone call with some of the FBI agents who participated in it, which is very unusual. She also says in this letter that, as she has said publicly in the past, that there is information and intelligence reporting suggesting that electronic voting systems being used in the United States have long been vulnerable to exploitation, and bad actors could manipulate the results of the votes and outcomes of an election. An ODNI spokesperson also confirmed to PBS a few weeks ago that a team from that office did go to Puerto Rico last year to, quote, conduct an examination of electronic voting systems in Puerto Rico's elections. They said that this was not about any election in particular, but instead assessing for vulnerabilities. They took voting hardware and software, though, during that visit. The spokesperson said that ODNI found, quote, extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections, and that they're still investigating this with other agencies. We do know that the director is working on a report about all of this. Her office says it'll be shared once it's complete, and she has said to Congress that this process sometimes takes time to ensure that it is objective and independent of political considerations. But Democrats in the House and in the Senate are concerned that President Trump and DNI Gabbard's actions are politicizing the elections in this country and potentially undermining Americans' trusts in the election system as we approach the midterms coming up in November. And we are still waiting for any evidence of foreign election interference in the 2020 elections that would have changed the outcome of that election.
Support journalism you trust.
Are you dumb? How can she say all that shit and then come back to that resolute? Like, are you dumb? That's why we there. Are you dumb? I said 695,000 votes are in question. That's why we there. Are you dumb? Come on, man. Come on, man. Double tap hit the like button. Fulton County cheated, man. Trump should be president. Let me see them ones. Light up the chat with them ones.
They're sending their heavy guns down from New York. They got to get their hands on those. They got to get the ballots back from the FBI. They got to get the tabulars. They got to get it all back, all the evidence. And you've been warning, hey, they're playing games and bringing this heavy artillery of Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell. The president's been repeating that. He said that yesterday at the presser when somebody asked him about it, or he said it in Georgia at the other day in his speech. He's talking about this nonstop. Yesterday was a seminal moment, and one of the concerns everybody had is DOJ focused enough on this? Do we have the right team on this? Do they understand the urgency of the matter, and they understand the robust nature that we need to respond to this? Your assessment, I take it we responded yesterday, your assessment, Harry?
Yes, the federal government filed papers yesterday responding to the Fulton County motion to get the documents back, and in a word, it's a devastating response. You know, when we were on here talking about this before, I thought that the county would have a very hard time carrying their burden. After
So just to bring you up to speed, Tulsi Gabbard and DNI, DOJ raided Fulton County Elections Office. FBI took 700 boxes and ballots investigating the 350,000 votes without recordings and signatures and the 395,000 votes without images. Tulsi Gabbard confiscated 700 boxes. Fulton County is trying to get those boxes back.
After reading the government's brief, their motion to get these documents back is just dead like 6 different ways. So the government's brief is very good. It has a very strong lineup of DOJ lawyers, starting with the number 3 lawyer in the department and working down to the trial counsel. So they've got the assistant attorney general for the criminal division. They have, and 2 people above him in the hierarchy, which there's not that many above an assistant attorney general, but they're on here. And it is a very, very strong brief.
Harry,
and there may not even be a hearing. They've asked for the judge to cancel the hearing.
Double tap at the like button. Y'all hear that? It may not even be a hearing. They asked for the judge to cancel the hearing. Nothing but fraud. Fulton County voter RAM scan. 96 voters registered at one store. I'm not showing. We showed that before. 96 voters registered at one store. The scam. Who is this? This is a different guy.
Take the Georgia Election Board in February of 2026. Just ask yourself this. When you've had these people that have been patient and you have the Fulton County people saying, hey, we've asked the Secretary of State, they won't help us. We won't get the information from them. This is Fulton County. That the Georgia Election Board has got a subpoena, and don't think he's going to answer up that subpoena. That whole thing's going to go to court. You know why? Right. He does not want to come back and sit there and have it streamed on Real America's Voice in the war room as he's got to answer questions that there are no answers to, and that there were hundreds of thousands. You got Harry Harry saying, well, hey, bro, these were acts of commission. There's criminal intent here. Rosenberg doesn't want to do that. He's going to fight it tooth and nail. Don't think he's going to just show up. If he had the answers and they had a plausible, even just incompetence, he would be there. And yet they wanted to put Trump in prison on that very phone call. Fonnie Willis, you saw the whole circus. They roll up. They try to bankrupt Rudy. They try to bankrupt Jim Hoft. Shut down Gateway Pundit. They were going to put other people in prison, but they wanted Trump in prison until he died. In this whole thing, and they don't have the common decency to step forward. This is why, folks, this is one of the greatest examples of American patriotism. These heroes in Georgia that had every opportunity, from Caroline Jeffers to all of them, Garland Favre, just to throw in the towel. It's too hard. It's costing too much money. They're trying to bankrupt me. You know, they're going to try to send me to prison. They stood in the breach, and we are where we are. And hey, standing in the breach, I got news for you. The hard part's just about to start, because they ain't sending Abby Lowell and Norm Eisen down there unless they know they have a massive problem. And the massive problem is all of these issues we're dealing with the country today, including the invasion of 20 to 25 million illegal alien invaders. You got the Bruce Springsteen song, The Streets of Minneapolis. All of it. And the mass deportations and the fight and the deficits and the $7 trillion Biden spent, everything to destroy this country. The railhead of it is 2020, and the inner mechanics of it is in Fulton County, in Maricopa County, and in Philadelphia, and in Detroit, and in Milwaukee. And we know it, and they know it, and they know we know it. So now it's a test of political wills. There's no way to negotiate this. There's no middle ground. We either take this all the way to its logical conclusion, or we've given up the country. Why do you think if Raffensperger had answers, why does it take the Georgia Election Board in February of 2026? Just ask yourself this. When you've had these people that have been patient, and you have the Fulton County people saying, hey, we've asked the Secretary of State, they won't help us. We won't get the information from them. This is Fulton County. That the Georgia Election Board has got a subpoena, and don't think he's going to answer up that subpoena. That whole thing's going to go to court. You know why? He does not want to come back and sit there and have it streamed on Real America's Voice in the war room as he's got to answer questions that there are no answers to. And that there were hundreds of thousands. You got Harry Hari saying, well, hey, bro, these were acts of commission. There's criminal intent here. Rosenberger doesn't want to do that. He's going to fight it tooth and nail. Don't think he's going to just show up. If he had the answers and they had a plausible, even just incompetence, he would be there. And yet they wanted to put Trump in prison on that very phone call. Fonnie Willis, you saw the whole circus. They roll up, they try to bankrupt Rudy, they try to bankrupt Jim Hoft, shut down Gateway Pundit. They were going to put other people in prison, but they wanted Trump in prison until he died. In this whole thing, and they don't have the common decency to step forward. This is why, folks, this is one of the greatest examples of American patriotism. These heroes in Georgia that had every opportunity, from Caroline Jeffers to all of them, Garland Favre, just to throw in the towel, it's too hard. It's costing too much money. They're trying to bankrupt me. You know, they're going to try to send me to prison. They stood in the breach, and we are where we are. And hey, standing in the breach, I got news for you. The hard part's just about to start, because they ain't sending Abby Lowell and Norm Eisen down there unless they know they have a massive problem. And the massive problem is all of these issues we're dealing with the country today, including the invasion of 20 to 25 million illegal alien invaders. You got the Bruce Springsteen song, The Streets of Minneapolis. All of it, and the mass deportations and the fight and the deficits and the $7 trillion Biden spent, everything to destroy this country. The railhead of it is 2020, and the inner mechanics of it is in Fulton County, in Maricopa County, and in Philadelphia, and in Detroit, and in Milwaukee. And we know it, and they know it, and they know we know it. So,
and they know it, and we know it, and it's a Make America First and America Great Again. MAGA is the greatest. Let's get to Hillary Clinton, man. While I got you here, let's get to Hillary Clinton. Did you guys see this? Hillary Clinton testified.
Prior to 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered-down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated and then was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position, there are so many unanswered questions. And I looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta testimony that was taken before this committee, and I don't think that any Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, or clearly the Justice Department, starting in the White House and at the top with the Attorney General. And this latest example of the missing files about the allegations, and they are absolutely nothing more than allegations, but the FBI interviewed that witness 4 times. You don't interview a non-credible witness 4 times. You don't put into the FBI reporting, protect this source, if you think there is nothing to it. So, of course, I would like to know, like every other American deserves to know, what is in those files and who is going to hold people accountable, because the Justice Department seems to be either unwilling or incapable of doing so.
Private Time Podcast, the Clintons' testimony. Double tap, hit the like button. Bill Clinton testifying. Jeffrey Epstein files.
President Clinton was her friend, not Epstein's friend. Is that accurate?
I'd say that it was accurate to say that I felt closer to her than him.
And for the record, why was that?
Because I had seen her more, and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife, Lynn, whom I knew and was in regular touch with.
She stated that
Wow, bombshell. Clinton just said I was friends with Ghislaine because she was very good friends with the Rothschilds, and he gave a look and a head nod who I was in contact with. That's the only reason bombshell, breaking news, Perfect Timing Podcast. Clinton testified in the Epstein files. The only reason we get his testimony is because Trump signed the law.
She stated that President Clinton was her friend, not Epstein's friend. Is that accurate?
I'd say that it was accurate to say that I felt closer to her than to him.
And for the record, why was that?
Because I had seen her more and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife, Lynn.
Is that a snitch? Is Bill Clinton dry snitching? Is this a young gunner YSL moment right here under pressure? Is Bill Clinton dry snitching on the Rothschilds?
I had seen her more, and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife, Lynn.
Is that right, Bill? Is that right?
Whom I knew and was in regular touch with.
She stated that President Clinton.
Why does that make it okay? Does that make it okay? I don't think that makes it okay. We are watching testimony from the Clintons.
Prior to 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated and then was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position.
Hold on, wait a minute. You guys let him out of jail. You and Obama let Jeffrey out of jail early and let him leave jail every day. Come on, Hillary.
There are so many unanswered questions. And I look.
That's why you here. Answer the motherfucking question, Hillary. Y'all believe this shit?
Looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta prior to 2008 when
Jeffrey Epstein files, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton testifying on Capitol Hill. It's only a hill. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast. Double tap at the like button. Clintons.
Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated and then was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position. There are so many unanswered questions. And I looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta testimony that was taken before this committee. And I don't think that any Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude.
Why is everything partisan? I thought it was about the victims. Y'all hear the Democrat? I don't think a Republican. I thought it was about the victims. She don't give a fuck about nobody.
Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, or clearly the Justice Department, starting in the White House and at the top with the Attorney General. And this latest example of the missing files about the allegations, and they are absolutely nothing more than allegations, but the FBI interviewed that witness 4 times. You don't interview a non-credible witness 4 times. You don't put into the FBI reporting, protect this source, if you think there is nothing to it. So, of course, I would like to know, like every other American deserves to know, what is in those files and who is going to hold people accountable, because the Justice Department seems to be either unwilling or incapable of doing so.
Clinton's testimony.
Prior to 2008.
Look at Hillary. Look how she used to look. That says a lot, don't it? We at the Clintons testifying. Donald Trump on Iran.
Lead to other things. When you get the respect of the other countries, then the other countries tend to do a little bit as you do, and you can create the right attitudes. The Iranian situation is a case in point, that they hold our hostages is just absolutely and totally ridiculous. That this country sits back and allows a country such as Iran to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror. And I don't think they'd do it with other countries. I honestly don't think they'd do it with other countries.
Obviously, you're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, et cetera, and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind. I think right now would be an oil-rich nation, and I believe that we should have done it, and I'm very disappointed that we didn't do it, and I don't think anybody would have held us in abeyance. I don't think anybody would have been angry with us, and we had every right to do it at the time. I think we've lost the opportunity.
Donald, would you have wanted to be one of those men to have gone to Iran, and taken those fellows out?
No, I wouldn't have wanted to be, but I would have done it.
Would you?
Absolutely. If I were the age, if I were in the military.
There were a lot of those fellas who went for that aborted coup, who were 34 years old and older. They were your age.
That's right.
If you were called upon, would you? I know it's easy to say, yes, of course I would go. But if the phone rang right now and someone from the Selective Service had said, Donald, we're taking every young man 34 years of age, we're sending him to war, would you go to war?
No, I don't see a war. You see, the war this is not a Vietnam situation, fortunately. The war, in fact, with Iraq.
There is a war waging
yes.
right now.
Oh, yes, there is a war, and it's a war where nobody has any tanks, has any guns. It's a war where everyone's standing around. That would have been the easiest victory we would have ever won, in my opinion.
When I look at television, I see men being shot up, legs being blown off.
You're talking about two non-existent armies. I mean, Iran has an army composed of American equipment without parts and without anything else, and Iraq has a very weak army, and they're just really fighting each other. I mean, it's almost hand-to-hand combat. If you see now, they've run out. It's a sad situation, Rona, but it's a situation which ultimately is going to get much worse. That little sparkle of war, that little sparkle is going to lead, in my opinion, to a much, much greater conflict. And I think that's very unfortunate. And I think a lot of it has to do with this country and the fact that this country is not more involved in terms of setting policy in that area.
Do you think perhaps that the oil industry is responsible for this, as the late Shah once implied?
Well, I wouldn't want to criticize the oil industry because I wouldn't know enough about it, but I can tell you that I think this country is responsible for that war by its own weaknesses. I don't think you'd have this war if they, again, using the other word, if we were respected, properly respected as a country and as a people and as a nation. I don't think that you would have the war going on right now between Iran and Iraq. I don't think that Iran would have our hostages for 10 minutes. If they respected this country, I don't believe they would have our hostages for 10 minutes.
Greatest president, put a one in the chat if Donald Trump is great. Ain't you glad he got to be president? Put a one in the chat if Donald Trump is the greatest president to ever live. Put a one in the chat, Donald Trump is the greatest president to ever live. We talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
In a deposition.
No.
Have you ever lied while under oath? First question I have for you, Mr. President. Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
Have you ever lied while under oath?
No.
He did. He lied about Monica Lewinsky. I did not have sex with that young girl, but you did.
First question I have for you, Mr. President. Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
Have you ever lied while under oath?
No.
You don't remember when you lied with Monica Lewinsky? How old is Bill Clinton, man? That was a great question. Set his ass up, man. Set his ass up, man. You lied about Monica Lewinsky, bro.
Of healthcare benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have. As to illegal aliens, we agree with you that we do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens.
Thank you. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Hillary. Bill Clinton.
That Epstein said
you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say something.
Bill Clinton, Epstein files. Do you like them young, Bill? You know, like Monica Lewinsky was so much younger than you. That's a legitimate question because Monica Lewinsky was a lot younger than Bill Clinton. So this is Bill Clinton testifying on Capitol Hill. Do you like him young, Bill? Only a Bill sitting on Capitol Hill. Let's go.
The witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say something about him.
Why would Epstein say that about
she's
the
asking
president?
you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all,
answer the question, Bill. Don't get caught up now, Bill. Answer the question, Bill. Do you like him young?
Mr. Epstein would say something about him.
Why would Epstein say that about
she's
the
asking
president?
you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage. I said young.
But it's still not true.
Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky. Hashtag Monica Lewinsky. Blue dress, big old semen stain. Monica Lewinsky. Giving us a Lewinsky. Getting a Lewinsky. 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 Monica Lewinsky.
Is an intern young?
Intern like Monica Lewinsky, who sucked on your little white penis. Monica.
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am.
Did you know Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zorro Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown?
Who was you in the hot tub with? Where was the hot tub? What about the Versace shirts? Hold on. Go ahead.
Flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
How many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay. So maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you ever discuss sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who...
Hold on. Let me show you this real quick. Let me show you, because this is one of my favorite pictures. This, as Bill Clinton sits up here lying about never. I never change, never change. This is Jay all day, every day. I never change. Never. I never change. This is Jay. Look at these two motherfuckers looking like Puffy and Mace. This is my favorite picture. I'm coming. I'm coming. Who's high? Who's not? Tell me who now? Who rocking the stores? Who high? Who not? Tell me who high? Who rocking the stores? Tell me who cop? Who dropped the blue drop? Who got matching Versace shirts on the yacht with their cock out? Dick in the box. I got my dick in the box. Open it up. It's a dick in the box. Dick in the box. Dick in the box. Open it up. It's a dick in the box. Look at these two motherfuckers looking like Puffy and Mace. I'm coming out. I'm coming. It's Puffy and Mace. Why is Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein wearing Versace shirts? Why is these motherfuckers wearing Versace shirts? I love it. Don't you love it? Why are they wearing Versace shirts? Like he gonna say, I don't know them. Y'all wearing matching? This your twin. What's up, twin? What's up, twin? You wear your gray Versace shirt to the party? Yeah, twin. I'ma wear my gray Versace shirt to the party too. Shit. Look at these motherfuckers in matching Versace shirts. Coming out. I'm coming. Who's hot? Who not? Tell me who flop, who shop in the stores. Tell me who rock, who cop the blue job. Who Jews got cop, who Jews got rock. Me, Mace, the same old pimp, you know, and then change my lip. Bill Clinton, Epstein, partying to Puffy and Mace. Oh, shit. Double tap at the like button.
And probably
witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say
Correct.
something
Why
about
would,
him.
why would Epstein say that
So
about
she's asking
President?
you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
Clinton likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
It is true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage. I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Monica Lewinsky?
Yes.
Okay.
At my age, anybody younger than I am.
Did you
is
know
young.
Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zorro Ranch?
Take a sip. Take a sip.
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
How many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did with Steve Bing, who's now deceased, and probably with 4 or 5 others.
Okay. So maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you ever discuss sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Well,
You're
he was
asking his
massaged by
opinion?
a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world, that
So
it's
I'm sorry,
unusual.
are you speaking to, are you talking to the instance of the
Yes, is it unusual that
the
a
back
young woman would be
massage
massaging-
that occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand. You said a president of the United States.
Former president?
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the
Are you
time frame.
filibustering?
No, I don't need
Okay.
to. I'm actually trying to make
I
sure
think
that
I'm
as
pretty
you,
clear. He said he
you
was a
said he
young-
was a sitting president.
Excuse me, could we just please go one at a time? Thank you.
You said a sitting president. I want you to be clear so that when he answers
Former
you,
sitting
the
president, how
record
do
is
you want to
clear.
do it? Is it unusual?
I have no
calls
idea if
for-
it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured. Did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was there.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think that on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans, right?
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation? Do you think that you might have been caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you asking?
I'm asking
Intel
if the-
operation?
First of all, I don't
some type of intel operation. I'm just curious because it's been speculated on today and yesterday
understand.
that he may have been an intel asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
Okay. In 2019, you stated after he was arrested, I guess this would be the second time, you stated you knew nothing of Epstein's, quote, terrible crimes since you only met, quote, briefly on only, quote, 2 occasions. Was this statement false?
Excuse me, Congressman.
That's not an accurate statement. Can you please share us what you said?
Yes. In 2019, as reported by the media,
which
Clinton's testify in Epstein files. The only reason we getting this is because Trump signed it.
the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases, that Epstein said.
Only reason we getting this is because Trump signed it into law. Here's a picture of Hillary Clinton. Look at this. How old do you think Hillary Clinton is in this photo? This is Hillary Clinton. How old do you think she is in this photo? Hillary Clinton when she was 45 in 1992. Hillary Clinton at 45 in 1992. Yep. Yep. You can't make this shit up, y'all. Can't make this shit up. Man, I think that's it, man. I'm about to go. I'm starving. What's this right here? Oh, man, I was going to post this explosions and I've discovered my unborn story, Hillary Clinton, so I decided to make a thread. What's this one?
Refused to allow the media to attend them, including today, despite espousing the need for transparency on dozens of occasions. You have made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the Epstein files. And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition. This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors, as well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter.
Donald Trump, the only one called the police. Donald Trump is our whistleblower. Donald Trump is the greatest president. You said Epstein was bad. Look at this, Ghislaine Maxwell at your wedding. Instead of you calling the police like Donald Trump did, Donald Trump called the police on Epstein and this bitch right here. Donald Trump said, you need to go get Epstein and you need to get this bitch right here. That was back before the 2008 conviction. This wedding took place after 2008. Here go that bitch front row. Here go that bitch front row. Hillary, speak to that. Here go that bitch front row.
You quote, like them young.
Did you like him young, old man? Because Monica Lewinsky was young. Monica Lewinsky was young. Did you like him young? Here we go. On the jet with Ghislaine. On the jet. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Here he is in the White House with Ghislaine and Epstein. Here he is again. He's a freaky boy. You are a freaky boy, Bill Clinton. He's a very freaky boy. Don't take him to mama. Freaky deaky. Oh, do you like him young? Do you like me now? Do you like me now? Do you like me now? Man, come on, man. Number one podcast. Number one podcast. She had to take it from him. She had to take it, you dirty, dirty, dirty motherfucker. She had to take it from him. Here they go again. Here they go again. How many times was you caught with her? Look at that big old mouth. Look at the big old mouth on Miss Lewinsky. Oh, he wanted some. Oh my goodness, she got a big old mouth on her. Don't she? God damn, man. Holy shit, man. Holy shit.
Let me see it.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Look at Bill Clinton. Look at his lips. Look at his lips, you dirty old motherfucker. Oh, you dirty old motherfucker.
Mr. President, we have about 5.
Unbelievable. This is your king. This is your king. This is your Wakanda king. This is your Wakanda king, man. Holy shit balls, man. Holy shit.
The record, does this appear to be your handwriting and signature?
It is.
And why did you write this letter?
Why did I? Because I was requested to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And who asked you to?
Bill Clinton speaking to the birthday book. When Jeffrey Epstein turned 50, Ghislaine Maxwell put together a leather-bound book with pictures and excerpts from all of his closest friends. Guess who was in the birthday book? Guess who was in the birthday book? Ghislaine Maxwell, Ghislaine, Ghislaine reached out to all of his closest friends, and who responded? Who wrote in the birthday book? No Republicans, but Bill Clinton was in the birthday book. Person podcast.
Mr. President, do you recognize this
I do.
letter? And for the record, does this appear to be your handwriting and signature?
It is.
And why did you write this letter?
Why did I? Because I was requested to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And who asked you to write the letter?
I don't remember.
Would Miss Maxwell have asked
I
you?
don't know. I think someone on my staff asked me.
Now, there's a word that our committee has not been able to identify, and in our defense, the Wall Street Journal has not been able to identify.
Imagine being on his staff.
Can you please read the letter for the record?
Yes. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and errors, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. Not a bad letter.
And because we haven't been able to identify that
Wait
word,
a minute. Not a bad letter. Not a bad letter. He was not a bad letter.
The drive to make a difference and the solace of friends.
How did Jeffrey Epstein make a difference, you guys?
Not a bad letter.
and because we haven't been able to identify that word until now, what did you
Which
mean?
word was it that you could not?
Solace, you couldn't.
No, errors.
Errors.
Are
What did
you
I mean?
referring-
Anybody who's lived 50 years and done anything has made mistakes as well as progress and done things.
But for the record, you weren't referring to errors in judgment that Mr. Epstein had related to his inappropriate activities involving young
Absolutely not. I knew nothing about that.
I forget who that was. All right, well, back to All right. How's everybody doing? I am on the phone with Mrs. Perfect Timing and team. I'm about to get off the live right now because I told you I did. Okay, there you go. I told you I went live.
Love you.
I told you I went live late today, so
Okay. Love you. Love to Perfect Timing. Love you. I know, baby. I know. Okay, bye.
all right, you guys. Great podcast.
The drive to make a difference and the solace of friends.
Great podcast. Great day. Happy to be here. See you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Same time, same channel. Make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for everybody for hitting the like. Thank you to for the 10 memberships we got gifted out, man, by Bridge. Thank you, Bridge, for gifting those 10 memberships. helping the podcast grow, helping the movement. That touched my heart, man. That never happened to me before. So I'm very happy and just proud of that. That means so much. There she go. There go Bridge right there. Good night to you. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Means a lot. You guys have a great night. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. I gotta go. I'm gonna go put some chicken thighs on the grill and for some Taco Tuesdays. I already got them brining. I got the chicken in the brine. I got the chicken thighs in the brine. I'm gonna go take the chicken thighs out the brine, hit them up with some little seasoning, put them on the gas grill. I've been looking at this pellet grill. Y'all got to get y'all donations up, man. I need more donations so I can get this pellet grill. It's all about me, you guys. It's a me. I'm a Leo. Very me. So I'm about to go put these chicken thighs on the grill, chop them up for some bomb-ass chicken tacos for my Taco Tuesday. I want to say thank you and I love you to everyone who likes, share, and subscribe and support the channel. It means everything. Thank you and I love you. Thank you for your support. We building a community here, friends. When you subscribe, make sure you check out the community posts. Make sure you check out the videos. Make sure you check out the live streams. I really thank you and appreciate you all. Have a great evening. Enjoy your time on YouTube. I'm sure there's some other great podcasts that will be on after I cut mine off. So enjoy your night. God bless you and your family. God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk and the memory of Charlie Kirk and his family. God bless Donald Trump. I love you guys. God bless America.